Mic check, 1 2 1 2 1 2. My check 1 2 1 2. My check 1 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 7:32, and welcome to the April 7th work session of the Mayor and Town Council of Forest Heights, Maryland. This meeting will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Noble. Here. Councilmember Hines. Councilmember Kennedy. Councilmember Brownson.
Here.
Councilmember Little.
Present.
Council President McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Lilly.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Madam Clerk, if you could mark Councilmember Hines as present.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And in just a moment, I would now ask that we have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Next, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. I ask that everyone in the room would please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Next, we have meeting minutes. The meeting minutes for the March 19th, 2025 meeting were distributed in advance. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes from March 19th at this time? Okay, hearing none, the minutes are accepted as presented in the agenda. Next, we will move to the main agenda and the approval of the main agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the main agenda tonight?
Motion that we adopt tonight's minute, make a motion that we adopt the agenda, I'm sorry.
Is there a second?
A second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt tonight's main agenda. Just a point of order, actually. We need to amend the agenda because we're going to have an audit update from Mr. Frank DeSalvo this evening. And I would ask that we place that on the agenda during the main part of the presentation, just before the council and mayor's reports. And we also have a representative from Congressman Glenn Ivey's office for District 4, Congressional District. And we would like to add that as well to the agenda in the main portion for the council and mayor's reports. Is there a second to amend tonight's agenda to add those items? All right, it has been moved and seconded that we amend tonight's agenda, adding presentations from Mr. Frank DeSalvo and the representative from Congressman Glenn Ivey's office before council and mayor reports. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, the ayes have it. Okay, now I move that we adopt tonight's agenda as amended. Is there a second?
A second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt tonight's agenda as amended. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, the ayes have it. Agenda is adopted. Okay. As some in the room may know, on March 12th, we held an election which consisted of the office of mayor and 3 council member seats for the town of Forest Heights. And so tonight, we're going to be swearing in those members who were successfully reelected. And we are going to begin with Council President Jamila McDonald. So if you join me down at the front. I will for our council president. We have one. We're just gonna have someone hold it. If you're okay with doing that. Okay. And coincidentally, our youth ambassador, Marley Cashwell, is here. He's gonna hold the Bible. He's actually from Ward 1. So. Do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
Do swear that I will.
And that I will be faithful
And that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland.
and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland.
And support the Constitution and laws thereof.
Support the Constitution and laws thereof.
And that I will,
And that I will.
to the best of my skill and judgment,
Judgment.
diligently and faithfully, without partiality or prejudice, execute the office of, my apologies, execute the office of council president
Execute the office of.
my apologies, execute the office of council member for Ward 1 in the town of Forest Heights, according to the constitutions and laws of the state. All right, congratulations. Council. Got someone who's gonna hold the Bible for you? Do not. Right. You come on your side, you put your left hand in the Bible and raise your right hand. Right. I state your name. Do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland and support the Constitution and laws thereof. And that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment, diligently and faithfully, without partiality or prejudice, execute the office of council member for Ward 2 in the town of Forest Heights and according to the Constitution and laws of this state. Congratulations. Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Tanya Hines,
Do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
do swear that I will
support the Constitution
support
of the United States, and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland,
that I will what?
and that I will be faithful
I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland, and support the Constitution and laws thereof, and that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment, ex- um, diligently and faithfully, without partiality or prejudice, execute the office of Council Member for Ward 3 in the town of Forest Heights, according to the Constitution and laws of this state. Congratulations. Okay, next on our agenda, we have a recognition of one of the families in Forest Heights. A couple of months ago, Ms. Wanda Wilson, is she here this evening? Ms. Wanda Wilson reached out to me and let me know that she was wondering what the town could do in recognition of her parents who passed over the past couple of years, but spent a number of years living on Onondaga Drive in Forest Heights, Maryland. And so tonight, we've invited them at their request to present a piece of recognition for their parents' life and contribution to the town of Forest Heights. So if the Wilson family will please come forward at this time. Well, thank you for mentioning that. What I'd like to say is that we recognize your parents and thank you for sharing some of the information that I didn't know until you talked to me. Thank you for having your family members here. And would also mention that your sister, Jamie McCrimmon, I didn't realize that you all were related and that we had a connection outside of the town of Forest Heights. So it's kind of come full circle. And we hope that we're able to kind of close the chapter in a good way. And you all were raised in Forest Heights, and we appreciate you coming back and your parents supporting you, supporting them. Many families in Forest Heights are multi-generational, and parents buy the home, and children and grandparents or grandchildren move into those homes later. So we want to recognize that, and we hope that this will be a token that you receive on behalf of the town. All right? And if you'd like to, we'll come take a photograph, and I'll present it to you. All right, next we will have another item of recognition, and this time we're going to recognize some of the participants and some of the members who helped to put together a great event that we had last October 2024, with the coordination of Mr. Keith Holland and our Forest Heights Police Department, our youth ambassador, Mr. Marley Cashwell, who's a student at Oxon Hill High School, members of our staff, Department of Public Works, Chief Anthony Reese, and Mr. Jordan Murphy, who's in the audience, who was with the Potomac High School, and also some members of Oxon Hill High School and Potomac High School, those students. We put together an event that was really a moment of pride in the community and brought youth together. So tonight we're going to give out those awards, which are long overdue, and recognize those individuals who came together to make that event a success. And I'll also add that due to the overwhelming support that we have for that event, we are hoping that it won't be our last, but that it will be a tradition that continues that we'll be able to bring back year after year. So at this time, if we could have those individuals please come forward, if you just heard your name called. That would be Mr. Murphy, Mr. Cashwell, and any students from Oxon Hill or Potomac who are here tonight. I'm hearing echoes of who won. So just for a little context, for those who are in the audience and those at home, this game was between teenagers from Oxon Hill and Potomac High School, and between the adults who work in the Forest Heights Police Department. And the final score was 65 to 64. The teenagers won by 1 point. So I think that's a testament to the stamina of the police department, and also the physical fitness of the teenagers. So I'm going to present the first award to Marley Cashwell, our youth ambassador, because this was his idea. This was something that he came to the town with. He spearheaded it. He made the connections. He saw that it came to reality, and this is the reason why he was appointed. Has been doing a wonderful job as our youth ambassador. So to Marley, here's your trophy. Thanks for your ingenuity, thanks for your ideas, and for following through to make this a reality. We look forward because we know this is just the beginning for events that you're going to bring to the town. All right? Thank you. Let me have you stay up here because I think we'll do a group thing before everyone goes back down. All right, next to Mr. Jordan Murphy, who was recently elected or awarded as Teacher of the Year. In addition to participating in the athletic program at Potomac High School, he also runs the business department at the school and coaches wrestling, and recently took the Potomac High School's wrestling team. One of their members won at the state level, is that correct? So he's very involved in the community and helped to make this partnership work because he coached the winning team. So I think enough said. Jordan, we got some more guys coming? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Come on up. So, and for your dedication and your involvement in the community, coaching youth, and everything that you do that's outside of your teaching role in the community, we just want to award you and thank you for your participation. Actually, come tell me your name, or tell the audience your name.
My name is Christopher Mira.
Christopher. I remember you that day. So, and you're at Oxon Hill or Potomac? Potomac High School. Okay. So, I just want to thank you for being a part of this first basketball game because it shows what youth can do when they come together for a positive event. We want it to be something that comes back year after year, and we just want to thank you for stepping out and for on a weekend, on a Sunday of all days, being dedicated, showing up, and giving your best effort. And we hope this will just be a reflection of what you will do in your career and in the community as you grow up and go forward, all right? All right, let's give him a hand, man. Come up. Okay. All right, so last we have Coach D. But let's Coach D, tell him your full name.
I am Darian Williams Eubanks.
All right, let's give Mr. Eubanks, Coach D, a hand. Coach D, likewise, we want to thank you for being involved outside of school hours, doing above and beyond to help our young men with their enrichment in the community. Forest Heights is really trying to build a bridge between the youth and allow them to have their voices heard and to show what they're capable of in the community that's positive. So thank you for being a part of that. And I know that sadly, Mr. Murphy's going to be heading to bigger and better things. He'll be wrapping his time up in Potomac High School. But we hope that as you continue there, we'll continue to be able to partner with you, work with you, and that this will just be the beginning of something special. So thank you for participating. You. Get a group, everyone, before we all go back and sit down. Anyone else who participated want to come up, Keith? Anyone else that's in the room? Officer Coleman, you can come forward. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Because I'm here, I just wanted to say something real quick because I might never be in a political setting like this again. Seems super official. I just wanted to thank Mayor Troy. I wanted to thank Keith because events like this don't always happen in the community. I want to thank the Forest Heights Police Department, and I definitely want to thank that young man because he's a youth ambassador and he's going to graduate from Oxon Hill. That's where I went to school at, so I just told him that again. I like that letter, Ms. Jackson. I don't have one of those. Right, I graduated from Oxon. I don't have one of those, but the state of Maryland, I'm sure Mayor Troy may already know this and some of the other people here. The state of Maryland right now is the #1 state in the country for Black males incarcerated from the age of 17 to 24. That's considered an emerging adult. And they attribute that to Baltimore City, Baltimore County, PG County, and our neighboring capital, Washington, D.C. So it's important that events like this continue to happen. Like Mayor Troy just said, that was the first, but it won't be the last. We're going to manifest that. It's important that people like Keith exist. It's important that young men like you, Marley, exist so that we could bridge that relationship between Forest Heights Police Department and our youth. So I had to say something. I just wanted to salute you, right? I ain't want to take the mic and say nothing negative. I wanted to salute you and your team because things like this is important that they continue to happen. So this is cool that I got this and that you guys wanted to recognize us, Keith. But it's what's gonna make me feel better is I come back 10 years later and tell my children and my children's children I was part of the first one. So y'all gotta keep this going, man.
Well said, Mr. Murphy. We appreciate your words, your sentiments, and we're just getting started. We're just getting started, so thank you. All right, next on our agenda, we have Ms. Victoria Gordon from the office of Congressman Glenn Ivey, District 4. Let's give her a hand. And just before you speak, I wanted to recognize a couple of people we have in the audience. This is truly a community event. You can stay at the podium. This is going to take 2 seconds. We have some other folks in the audience because this is truly a community gathering tonight. We have Pastor Jonathan Davis, who is a pastor at St. Mark AME. And we want to thank you for taking time to come out. I know you live very far away, but you were here tonight because you support the town, and we thank you for that. We also have co-pastor Lydia Chapman from Abundant Life Ministries. And we have anyone else who I didn't recognize was in the audience tonight? All right. Awesome. Very nice. Thank you for being here. All right. Ms. Gordon, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here tonight on behalf of Congressman Glenn Ivy. We just wanted to present citations to you all. First to you, Mayor Troy, for your reelection. May I come present them to you or?
I'll come down.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Okay. And then also for council member, am I saying it right? Tayana Hayes? Oh, forgive me, Tanya. Forgive me, Miss Tanya Hayes. Okay, and then also for council member Teresa Brownson. Here. And then last but definitely not least, council member Jamila McDonald. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Okay, next on our agenda, we have Mr. Frank DeSalvo to give a brief update on the FY23 audit. Mr. DeSalvo, thanks for being here. Can you hear me?
Sure I can.
Awesome, thanks. I asked you to join the meeting today because we are eagerly awaiting the completion of the FY23 audit. And for the mayor and council, I just wanted to provide a timeline of when we could expect to get a draft version of the audit and then be ready to turn in the uniform financial statement.
Well, I really appreciate you, Mayor, and the town council for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm going to provide an update on the status of the 23 financial audit and explain where things currently stand and reaffirm my commitment to seeing this work through to completion. As always, it continues to be a privilege to serve this town. I served as the town's auditor from 2005 through 2020. During all those years, except for the COVID year 2020, the audits were generally completed on time. In 2021, although I wasn't the auditor, I assisted in preparation of the town's financial statements. I was then engaged to perform the audits for FY22 and 23. The 22 audit has been finalized and issued, and now I'm focused on completing the 23 audit. The current status that is the audit just remains in progress. I had originally expected to have it issued by now, but issues continue to arrive that require review and adjustments. particularly because the way the financial statements and accompanying notes are interrelated. These are not uncommon in audits with this level of complexity, and they do require, a good bit of attention to ensure it's correct and complete. That said, we are making strong progress, and I expect to be completed by the end of this month. I also want to acknowledge that I understand the town has selected a successor audit firm beginning with FY24, and I fully support a smooth transition and believe that completing the 23 audit will provide a clean handoff. I'd also like to recognize the efforts of the town's current treasurer, Todd Frankenfield, who was engaged in July 2023. He's been highly responsive, engaged, and collaborative through the process, and his work has played an important role in getting me closer to completion. It's hard to believe, but it's really been an honor to serve the town over all these many years. And I do understand how important timely audits are for transparency, compliance, and the public interest. I remain fully committed to completing the 23 audit thoroughly and to supporting a smooth transition to the new auditor. And I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalvo. Council members, are there any questions for Mr. DeSalvo at this time? Council President McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalvo. I wanted to find out if there were any, recommendations that we perhaps needed to, note or pay attention to.
Well, usually what I'll do is I'll prepare a management letter and a letter of findings. I did at the completion of the 22 audit that should be shared with the council. And yes, I will prepare such a list for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. DeSalvo this evening? All right, hearing none, that concludes the first portion of our main agenda. At this time, since we have, well, actually, let me ask, Council, would you like to do a recess now since we have some items for people to enjoy? Would you like to do it after Council Member and Mayor reports? All right, so at this time, we're going to take a brief recess in order to have a little bit of a reception with those who are in the audience. Come back in approximately 20 minutes. So I would say we'll gavel back in at 8:26 in order to resume the meeting. Those who are watching online, you're welcome to wait until the meeting resumes at approximately 8:26. All right, we're now in recess. I mean, it is open, but now that it is open.
Good night.
Okay, are we recording? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the work session of the Mayor and Town Council of Forest Heights, Maryland. The time is now 8:30. We took a brief recess to have a brief reception with those members of the audience who are here in person tonight. And now we will resume our agenda where we took off before we recessed. We are now at council member and ward reports. We are going to begin with newly sworn in Council President McDonald for Ward 1.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here. So, in support of Healthy Heights, the town will host its second annual youth bike ride starting April 26th, and our youth coordinator will have more information on that. Also, I just wanted to honor and recognize the Wilson family that Mayor Lilly had presented earlier, and to thank their family for being contributors to the wealth and health of the town of Forest Heights. Also to our youth ambassador, Marley Cashwell, thank you for stepping up and helping me. And I'm looking forward to all of the good things that you're going to be doing. Also, let's see, Councilmember Brownson and I met with Leo Pierce of MML to discuss the green team and upcoming team priorities so that we can keep up our sustainability projects. And Council Brownson will have more on that in her report. And then also we're going to be having, we will have our finance committee meeting. And I need to get the date straight on that. So I will get back to you all before the close of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President McDonald. Next, we will go to Councilmember Little for Ward 1.
Good evening. I first would like to announce that our Ward 1 Community Walk with the Forest Heights Police Department will take place tomorrow, April 8th at 6 p.m. We'll start here at the Town Hall. That's 5508 Arapahoe Drive. This will be a wonderful opportunity for residents to connect with our officers and engage in meaningful dialogue while walking through the community. I encourage all Ward 1 residents to come out and participate. Also, I would like to let everyone know that there will be a job and resource fair held on April 22nd from 3 to 7 p.m. at the Oxman Hill Library. This is geared towards youth ages 18 to 24, but all are welcome. I will send the details to our clerk so that she can post it and let the community know. And also I would like to thank Mr. Curtis for his 10 years of dedicated service to the town of Forest Heights. We will truly miss you. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Little. Next, we will go to Councilmember Brownson from Ward 2.
Good evening, everyone. I don't have much to report. I just want to mention that our community garden is open. We have beds available for residents and anyone that might be interested. The beds are for the entire growing season, which is May 1st through December the 16th. And there's a fee of $50. So if you know of anyone that's interested in renting a bed for the growing season, it's $50, and you can call 301-839-1030 and inquire about reserving a bed. And also, I want to mention that Councilwoman McDonald mentioned is that the Sustainable Maryland Green Team, we're going to be having a meeting on June the 7th at 12 noon with MML, and they're going to come out and do a presentation to the Green Team. And some of the things they're going to talk about is the Sustainable Maryland Initiative for Forest Heights. They're going to talk about grants and partnerships that may be available for Forest Heights. And they're also going to give some ideas about other things that Forest Heights can do. And one of the things they mentioned is that if we thought about a food forest, and she'll talk more about that, but it's something to start thinking about for some of the property that we have here in the town of Forest Heights. I think that's all my report. I want to thank everyone that came out and participated in our voting on March the 12th. Thank everyone. I especially want to thank everyone that voted for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownson. Next, we'll go to Councilmember Kennedy for Ward 2.
I'm gonna pass. Normally I would piggyback on some of the things said, but that last one was cute. You know, I do look forward to now that we have pretty much the staff that we were missing. Hopefully adding the final person tonight, that we can move forward in a positive light, engage the community more with the youth and the surrounding businesses, especially the churches, and move the town and everything that the town touches and does forward in a positive way.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy. Next, we will go to Ward 3, and we're going to begin with Councilmember Tanya Hines.
Good evening. I would just like to say thank you for the nice celebration that was given to, tonight. I'd also like to say thank you for March 12th and the representation of our community that, came out. So thank you. I also would like to just send a nice, warm, heart-filled that I'm going to miss our Public Works, Curtis. He did more than what I think his job entailed. So I want to say thank you again. We're going to miss you. And if you're not happy there, know where you can come back to, okay? You can always, definitely. So I just want to say thank you for everyone coming out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hines. Next, we will go to Councilmember Noble from Ward 3.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to also send out some thank yous. Thank you, of course, to Curtis, our Public Works Department employee who left just recently. And again, he's been here forever. So forever is a long time. And the residents as well as businesses, everyone just knew Curtis and could appreciate his work. So I want him to know that he will be missed, and we wish him much success in his next adventure. I also want to thank the chief. He does his job, but he does extra too. So chief, as well as the clerk, police clerk, Sonora, for all that they do for the dementia-friendly group. We had a self-defense class on Saturday, week before, I don't know, on one of these Saturdays, but the room was full. We had 20 participants, and we had some young people there too. But we had a great instructor who worked well with the seniors, all ladies. So now we know how to protect ourselves. And we're looking forward to part 2. So I want to really thank them. I appreciate it. And the chief always has either the clerk on, police clerk, or someone representing Forest Heights Police Department on our dementia-friendly meetings. And our next meeting will be May 14th in the town hall. But we'll have a virtual meeting this Wednesday, but the in-person will be in May. So you're welcome to participate. And I think that was all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. So I just want to echo a couple of things. Yes, thank you to those who put their effort into putting the events together. We've had a lot of events tonight. We had this event, which included inviting a lot of guests, food, setup. Thank you to the clerk, to Chief Reese, to Nate, and to everyone who had a part in putting tonight together, and for putting together the celebration for Curtis last Thursday. I want to mention Jasmine as well. Ms. Payne, who's our administrative assistant, who's not here tonight, was also very instrumental in helping us to pull that event off and celebrate Curtis. We're not saying goodbye, we're just saying see you later. Okay. As mentioned earlier, we have a town administrator update. Mayor and council selected Mr. Clay Jackson to be appointed as our next town administrator. And the next steps are that we have legislation on tonight's agenda to vote on that appointment. So we're looking forward to that. That's after an exhaustive search. And this position has been filled with many interims. Currently, Chief Anthony Reese, who's been doing an amazing job doing dual roles and being in the interim position for the second time. So we thank you for your incredible dedication and for thriving, not through adversity, but under pressure and performing well, serving the town. We had the FY23 audit update earlier this evening from Mr. DeSalvo, so we will continue to report back to the community and the council about the closure of the FY23 audit so that we can begin FY24. I'm told that some of the sampling of information from FY24 that's closed out has begun, but in order to work on concrete numbers, FY23 has to be closed out first. So we're moving swiftly to do so. So we have the Oxen Cove Trail pedestrian bridge ribbon cutting. That's upcoming. That is this month. That's going to be Saturday, April the 26th at 11:30 a.m. That's going to take place at Bell Acres Park, which is on the other side, Forest Heights, the side by Henry's. And this is a partnership with the National Park Service. We're also going to have Forest Heights Elementary School performing that day, and the Potomac Riverkeeper organization is going to be hosting a cleanup, which will go on that morning and then after the ceremony wraps. So you have an opportunity to come out and celebrate this ribbon cutting with the town of Forest Heights. This trail connects us back to Oxen Run. And if you've ever walked in front of Oxen Run, you know that that opens up into the Potomac River, one of the best views in the capital area we have right here in our home. So come out and join us that day. We also have a flyer which we'll be disseminating throughout the community. You'll see this on social media. We'll be sending it out via text alert, via email, and we'll also be physically printing these flyers out so that residents, our schools, our churches, and our community members are aware and can join us on that day. There's also, if you're at home, there's a QR code on the screen you can scan if you want to register for that event, or if you want to register for the cleanups, which are going to happen, like I said before, earlier that morning at 9, and then they'll resume going until 2:30 that afternoon. We know that lots of members in the community have been experiencing some difficulties or even challenges paying WSSC water bills. utility payments increased exponentially this most recent season due to some recent state legislation that went into effect. So WSSC is offering a financial assistance program. This one is specifically called Get Current 2.0. And what it allows is people who are experiencing a certain amount of delinquency will be able to apply for assistance to get either half or all of their delinquent payment caught up through credits through WSSC. It runs through March 1st until June 30th. And if you would like to learn more about that program, you can go to www.wsscwater.com/get-current. There's also a QR code there if you'd like to scan and look at more information about applying for that program. I'll go back. I see you. Go ahead. You're welcome. There's an update on the National View detailed site plan process. For those who don't know, National View is a large-scale mixed-use development that's coming to the southern portion of 4 sites near Bald Eagle Road, and it's a development that is being done by Petra Development. The project's detailed site plan was accepted by the county recently. The next step in the process is for the county's Subdivision and Development Review Committee to review that site plan. Once that committee reviews the plan, we'll be working with Petra Development to schedule a community presentation where Petra can update residents about the final status of the project, the number of residences that are going to come, and show that detailed plan, which kind of lays out the site where the buildings are likely to be located and roadway connections, other specific items as it relates to Forest Heights. We'll also be adding recent information, correspondence, and updates to the National View section of the website as well. And finally, thank yous and farewells. While we come to the meeting and we talk about the high-level items, there's a lot of small things that happen in between these meetings. And I want to highlight those specifically because sometimes they're easy to forget. In early March, our Forest Heights Police Department did something that I really want to highlight. There was a gentleman who was experiencing homelessness who had returned multiple times to the building at 5410, which is right across the street from McDonald's. And we were trying to figure out how we could both deal with the issue of someone on private property, but then meet the need. When folks are experiencing homelessness, there is usually a lack of funding, employment, or some other issue that's going on. I want to recognize Assistant Chief Forster, Corporal Cephas, Corporal Nugent, Officer Swan, and Officer Hazel. They spent over an hour at that building talking to the gentleman, and they dialed into the crisis hotline for Prince George's County. And after talking with him and showing both some compassion and care, they were able to get him to agree to go to a local facility which is set up for people who are experiencing homelessness. And like I said, he had returned several times before, but since that time, I believe that he hasn't returned to the site. So hopefully we've done at least step one to help connect him with some of the services that the county offers. And that was all because of our police department. A lot of times people say that officers don't know how to respond to non-emergency or non-emergent items, but our department does a great job of doing that. I think it's an extension of their work with Dementia Friendly South County. And I just wanted to recognize them for taking the special effort to do that, serve the community and serve those who are sometimes facing challenges here. We've already mentioned Curtis. He's always going to be family, and he didn't go too far. He's at a town that we know many people at, and if he ever wants to come back, he is welcome. Thank you to the residents who came by to celebrate with him. It means a lot to see people take time out of their day to celebrate someone who was always on call for us when the trees fell, when the lights were out, when it was time to shovel snow, when flooding happens, when it was time to open the building. If anyone's ever rented the building, even if you don't live in Forest Heights, Curtis is 99 times out of 100 was the person who opened the building and closed it after you finished your rental. So we just want to thank him for being someone who shows so much love and care to our town. And we wish him the best as he celebrates his next opportunity. Okay, with that concludes my report and concludes mayor and council reports. At this time, we will now have public period. And public period is a time when speakers can address the mayor and council. If you pose a question, we may be able to answer, but we will not. And if we're not, we will direct your question to be answered by the appropriate department head or official at a later time. Is there anyone in the audience or online who wishes to speak during public period at this time? Okay, I see no one in the audience here. Anyone online? Okay, we don't have anyone online. So at this time, public period is now closed. Next, we will move into legislation for action. And I want to offer an amendment to the agenda. I move that we amend tonight's agenda under legislation for action, moving resolution. Which one is this? Give me a second. Resolution 12-25 up to the first item on the agenda tonight. Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that we amend tonight's agenda, moving resolution 12-25 to the first item under legislation for action. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, the ayes have it. The agenda is amended. Resolution 12-25 is a resolution of the mayor and council of the town of Forest Heights, Maryland, appointing Clay Jackson as town administrator. I move that we adopt resolution 12-25.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt resolution 12-25. Discussion. Just to give the community, the council is very aware of resolution 12-25, but after an extensive process, we have gone through several rounds of interviews, and we have selected Mr. Clay Jackson as an individual who possesses the requisite skill set and understands the vision that the town, its leadership and community want to implement for its future. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Brownson.
Yes, I have a question about the now therefore be it resolved and the salary there. I remember when we discussed the salary of the incoming staff, and they started at the salary that's on the budget for 2025. So this amount, the salary here is not the salary that's budgeted for fiscal year 2025. And I'm wondering what's the difference and why. And I do know that the intern town administrators are paid at a different amount than this.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownson, for the question. On the salary amount, we use the scaled amount. So it matches the pay scale. So it actually matches one of the steps on the scale, since we heard that as feedback in the past, so that we could tie the compensation to one of the items on the scale.
Follow-up question. So I understand that this is a salary that's on the scale. My question is that the intern town administrators for the past 2 years have been making an amount that's in the budget.
Okay.
This is not the amount for the position in the budget for this year.
Would you like to offer
I
motion to change it to what's in the budget?
Yes, I'd like to offer an amendment to this so that it's the salary of the town administrator that's in our budget.
Is there a second? 116.
Yes.
Yes. It has been moved and seconded that we amend Resolution 12-25 after the now therefore be it resolved, changing the salary amount. I believe it's could you tell me what the current amount is? 111? 111 to 116, 459. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? The ayes have it. Resolution 12-25 has been amended. Is there any further discussion on Resolution 12-25? Chief Reese.
So Mayor, I do know that we're doing that, is changing we need to also change, the grade, so it can coincide with that salary. So we won't be no mix up. If you just give me a second, I can tell you what grade it is. So Mayor, it's gonna be, grade 13, step 1. That's what it needs to be. If the clerk can make grade, 13, step 1.
Okay, I move that we further amend Resolution 12-25, changing the language in parentheses grades 12, step 5 to grade 13, step 1. Is there a second?
A second.
It has been moved and seconded that we amend Resolution 12-25, changing the words in parentheses, grade 12, step 5 to grade 13, step 1. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The ayes have it. Is there any further discussion on Resolution 12-25? Okay, hearing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Noble, Councilmember Hines,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownson,
Yes.
Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Since I know he's gonna hit the ground running and bring in millions of dollars, I'll say yes.
thank you. Council President McDonald,
Yes.
Mayor Lilly,
Yes.
7 yeses, the motion carries.
All right, and that was Resolutions 12-25 is amended. Is adopted as amended. My apologies. Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Jackson. We're looking forward to welcoming you to the town of Forest Heights. And there's no one who's more excited personally than Chief Priest. We'll be working out the timeline with Mr. Jackson as he is currently employed, and we want to make sure he has a smooth transition from his current employment to the town. But we do look forward to working with you, and we're gonna do. We believe we're gonna do great things together. So thank you. Bear with me just one moment. Okay, next we have Resolution 09-25. This is a resolution of the town of Forest Heights authorizing participation in the Maryland Employees Pension System. I believe, based on conversation, that we need to discuss this, but I don't know if we have reached a level where we are ready to approve this. So if there's a motion to adopt Resolution 09-25, I'll entertain it. Otherwise, we can have discussion on this item. So- Councilmember Noel.
I know we received a chart for the breakdown of the pension. So, and I don't know if we were gonna have someone to walk us through it or not.
Okay, so let's do this. I move that we discuss Resolution 09-25. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we discuss Resolution 09-25. So this is one of three items that was allowing employee participation in the Maryland Employment Pension System. And I believe that we need to have some discussion of maybe a couple of the items that were sent out, supporting the numbers or presenting the numbers for council. So at this time, I will open it up for question from council, and I also will let Mr. Frankenfield just be the main person to respond to the question, and also Chief Reese. So in the council, who has the first question for Resolution 09-25? Councilmember Brownson.
So my question was with the document that was sent out, and in it, it says that with not funding the 457 plan, we saved X amount of dollars. And he took the savings and applied as if it was a money that we had. So I'm trying to understand how not paying a bill gives you assets for to carry over as an asset. I don't understand that because you didn't pay it. You didn't have any money to carry over.
I assume that's directed to Mr. Frankenfield. Is that correct? Okay, Mr. Frankenfield.
Yeah, no, I agree with the sentiment in the document. I mean, essentially, if we hadn't paused the 457 contributions in fiscal year 25, the town would be, approximately $130,000 lighter in fund balance going into next year. So I think we can deem it savings. I agree with that.
Wait, explain to me what you're agreeing to.
I agree with the sentiment that it's savings, right? The town has accumulated fund balance by pausing the 457 contributions. So if you remember when we went into this, or as we went down this journey, the requirement was the town couldn't be contributing to another retirement plan as part of our application. So we put our contributions on hold. To me, that means we save those contribution dollars in fiscal year 25.
Right.
So I agree with that.
Yeah, I understand you didn't pay it out, but it still don't have money to move it forward because it's not real. It's not real money to put in as an asset.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree on that one, but I would say the town has more fund balance because we canceled the 457 contributions.
Well, okay, let's see this. If you didn't pay your, I can see if you didn't pay your, say, for instance, it wasn't a bill. The 457 wasn't a bill, was it?
I think there was legislation, so the council adopted legislation. Hey, we're going to fund the employees 457 plan at 6% of salaries. And we reversed that to go into the pension application. So to me, we have saved it. I agree with you. There's no bill, but as of today, we have more fund balance or cash because of that decision.
we agree to disagree.
Councilmember Brownson, is what you're trying to say is that we have to, based on our plan and the actions we've taken, we'll have to use that funding to pay for some contribution to some retirement plan at some point. Is that your
No,
point?
No, my point is that he's counting the savings as an asset and saying that we have more money as a result of not paying into the 457. But you still have the same amount of money you would have had if you done something else. So it's not a plus. Oh, it's not a minus, I agree, but it's not a plus.
Council President McDonald.
So I guess for clarity, was there a contribution line item, Mr. Frankenfield?
No,
No.
so we paused in 25. So we
Okay.
didn't make any contributions. I think it was something like 130,000 in fiscal year 24.
So is there a comparison in terms of the contributions that the town made and when we stopped, Mr. Frankenfield?
No, it's looking at the document, we started counting in fiscal year 26. You know, we're saving 137,000. I would argue we could add another line, fiscal year 25 to the document because we didn't contribute in fiscal year 25. But yeah, I think the town has more cash because we made that decision not to contribute.
So are you suggesting to create the line item? For 25?
I'm just for your information. Yeah, I think that would help.
Yeah,
But
that
for
would
your
help me.
information,
I think that would
the
help.
town saved a little bit over the last
Yeah.
couple of years because we didn't have a retirement plan in place. And
Thank
we don't
you.
have one in the budget for 26.
Thank
Correct.
you.
Thank you, Council President and Councilmember Brownson. Councilmember Noble.
What I'm trying to understand at this savings and comparing to what we will have to invest, I want to know where will the town get the funding to pay for the retirement account? And where are we a plus somewhere with this 130,000 and that we now need to get 130 more, or is that the 130 is sitting there, right?
Yeah, it just, right, we didn't budget for it, so it increases our savings or our fund balance.
Right. So I think for me, it's not confusion, but I guess to the point of Councilmember McDonald is that it should have been still placed somewhere on a line item. Because when it sits in a general fund, then it's just like it's funds available for whatever we may shortfall on or whatever. So we don't know how that money is working. Oh,
Thank you, Councilmember. You had another question?
well, I guess the other question is because with this resolution, the town needs to match 20%. Am I correct? 20%, and the employees all of them must participate. So what happens if no?
But employees, we needed to have 60% of employees agree to go into the program. They would get a one-time chance in a scenario where we adopted it. They would get a chance to say yes or no at the beginning. After that, they can't decide to enroll later. But once they say yes, there is a mandatory contribution on the town side and on the employee side as well. And I think if I'm not mistaken, the rate of 20% is that blended across all? That's a blended rate. There's a different rate for the administrative staff versus law enforcement staff. Councilmember Noble.
And the last part, does this include the elected body as well? So So
took it out.
can we, I thought we talked about taking the elected body out of this scenario.
Scenario with the elected body excluded.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, for those who didn't hear, Councilmember Brownson had in the document that is part of the agenda, there is a scenario that does not include elected officials. Councilmember Kennedy.
So, not to beat a dead horse, but I believe what Council Member Brownson and also Noble piggybacked on was the fact that unless you put that 130,000 in a separate line item and it's sitting there, then you can't count that as a saving. I mean, accounting is simple. You got credits and you got debits. So unless you put that aside and it's if it's in the general fund, then it's in limbo. You also just stated that we don't have it in plans for 26 to have, it's not in the budget for 26. So are we going to magically pull $400-some thousand out the air? I mean, the good part about numbers, it adds up. If you add two numbers, it gives you a third number. If you subtract one of the first two numbers from the third number, you're going to get the other number. This math isn't adding up. And we were just informed or reminded that there are two different percentages. Can somebody tell us what these percentages are?
And Councilmember Kennedy, you're speaking about percentage for each employee type, correct? Okay. Chief Priest, you have the percentage amounts for employee types, correct?
Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up, sir. And if we will, now we've talked to the state almost every day for the past week, just to make sure we have a full understanding of this. And just to make sure now our obligation to pay is not even until 2 fiscal years from now. From the town, we don't pay anything in fiscal year 26. But I would like to get the latest information that we just got from a call from the state. Mr. O'Connor can just give that to us, of that latest information, if you will, Mr. Mayor. Is that okay?
Are you saying he can provide it today
The
or at
latest
a later date?
No, the latest information. He's online.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I wanted him to give it to the council.
Okay.
Make sure the percentages and to understand the numbers that we're looking at in the plan going forward.
Yes.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor, if you're online, you can unmute and provide that update on the rates.
Right. Good evening, everyone. So the updates on the rates, the answer direct for the law side, it's 38%. And for the administrative side, it is 14. And that comes out to your blended rate. But 38 and 14, LEOPS is the more expensive of the two plans because it comes with a heavier burden. So those are those particular updates. And then related to why it's not in the budget yet, it is a zero number, and there's no, for FY26, I don't believe there's a line item yet because it hasn't been established with this particular retirement. And one of the things that'll need to happen is if this retirement is not done, then the line item for the 457 would be refunded. So the contributions could be made to the employees 457, I believe, was the original plan. While we did this to stave off the retirement so we could enter into this. And that would be one of the conditions related to that. We are up against a window with this particular one after speaking to the state You know, the next meeting would be cutting it very, very, very close to get this approved. And the state did offer, if anybody has any questions, just please provide them in writing. The state only answers the questions in writing because the representatives have to ask individual people, and it has to go to their plan attorney to make sure it meets the legal standard of all the other tests. So if there's any questions that you may have related to this, just please submit them in writing, and then we can get them answered as soon as possible. And they did commit to that.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. If you could also let us know definitively when, based on the projections, that the town's contribution will begin.
Yes, bear with me 1 sec. I just had that document up. So based on the projections, the town's contribution would not actually start until fiscal year 28. And in fiscal year 28, the town's contribution would be $33,418.30 based on the reallocation to the council members' points and Mr. Frankenfield, the reallocation of that money from the 457. So it wouldn't be till fiscal year 28 that we would actually be making a payment.
One more. And after the phased in year in fiscal year 28, the total amount annually, what would that be based on the projection?
So the total amount, I have it broken, the total plan combined cost would be $277,962.12. So the payment that the town would be making every December would be $277,962.12.
Thank you. Councilmember Kennedy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we were just told that basically the previous plan was roughly, I'm just gonna say 130,000. If memory serves me correctly, that was only 6 or 7%. You know, at first we were told that it was gonna be a 20% contribution. Now we're being told that the law enforcement side is 38% and the admin side is 14%. You add that and divide it, that's an average of 26%, which is nowhere close to 20%. But then you're saying if the previous one was 6 or 7% and it's 130,000 a year, if you multiply that by 3, that's over 400,000. So I'm trying to understand how 2 + 2 is 9 in this situation.
I don't understand the second part of the question. I think I understand the first part, but the percentages, I'll answer the first one, which is the percentages don't actually balance out the way it's going. They're based on an actuarial, which has to be redone to give you, if you want to even come up with this blended percentage, which is not what's actually done in the plans, but it's roughly 20% if you use a blended one, but the actuaries would have to come back with the final numbers. The second one with the 130, I'm not sure I understand.
Well, we were informed that the previous plan was roughly 130, give or take, a year. And that was, I believe, at around a 6 or 7% contribution. So even if we say 20%, 7 times 3 is 21. So logically, you would take 130 and multiply it by 3, which would give you over 400,000. So I'm trying to figure out how you're saying the first year is only $33,410.
Oh, Councilmember Kennedy, it's because, well,
That's what he said the first contribution would be.
Yeah.
One of the issues is that it's not the same plan or type of plan, so it's totally different entity contribution rates on both sides. But the other part is that there's an assumption that some of the funds that employees currently have in the 457 will be moved over and will pay for the first 2.5 fiscal years, or some portion of the first 2.5 fiscal years of the plan. And then once those contributions have been applied, the town's first payment is $39,000 or $36,000 thereabout in FY 28. That's when the town's phasing would start after the employee contribution is applied. Or the employee's current holdings within the 457 plan, if that makes sense.
So if this state savings plan fails, what's the town's option? Go back to the previous one?
So yeah, if for some reason the entire state of Maryland retirement and pension system does fail, you'd be able to go back to the 457. But I guess what I would say is I think going back to the 457 would be the least of our worries if the state pension system failed. It supports hundreds of thousands of employees over the many, many years that have worked for the state. So we would be in a bigger fiscal crisis, and I doubt the 457 is what we would be looking for. This plan is very well vested, managed by the board, so it's a solid plan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
Sorry, thanks.
Let me go to Councilmember Hines, please.
You said 60% has to say yes. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing? Participate. Suppose that we don't, how do we know that 60% is saying yes?
I think they already signed.
Oh, they had to sign something. Okay.
Yeah, Chief, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, so we've already polled the staff. The staff has already agreed to do it. I do want to reiterate now, some of the numbers that you have in front of you are the preliminary numbers. Now, things that I've heard tonight, for example, if we were to take the elected body off, that's going to change the numbers. The numbers will go down. Obviously, since the last time that we presented these documents, we've had some departures. Remember, those departures are those date of hire dates goes back. So that will be a higher burden for the town. So they're going to have to do another actuary because we've had so many, I would say, massive staff changes. We would potentially take, we're taking elected officials off. We're taking someone that was here 10 plus years. We have a police officer that's no longer here, that was here 7 years. Those numbers will change. So I just want to make sure don't get fixated on these numbers, right, but the numbers will go down once we get to that part, they do another actuary.
So to piggyback on that, there's one other note, which is though, as the town staff increases or decreases, the rate that we pay for the employee based on their classification fixed. So if we grew to a staff of, let's say that we increase public safety, or if we increase administrative staff, like if we've got a fully staffed DPW department, again, we'll be required to pay that rate for whichever new employees come on to the staff as well. So I think it works both ways. Councilmember Brownson?
Yeah. I want to ask, the 457 plan was a plan. It was not a pension plan. It was a 401k savings plan. So this is a pension plan, which is an entirely different plan that benefits people in the long run.
The 457 was a deferred compensation.
Right.
Yes.
So this is a pension plan, which I think that legislation passed where you have so many employees that you're supposed to offer them a pension plan. So that's why I think we're going to a pension plan for employees here in the town. But my question is that on one of the scenarios, he said, as far as funding the plan, that you may be able to use speed camera money to help fund the plan. So is that a legitimate scenario? And if so, would that only be applied to the law enforcement portion?
I would defer the mayor. I would defer that to the attorney.
Yeah, and I can answer that. So it would be the proportion of the staff that work on the speed camera program that could be a direct expense of. Again, not applicable to the admin staff, but yes, for the officers that work directly on the speed camera program, it would be funded by speed camera dollars.
Right, it's only about what, five officers?
Correct.
Council, let me go to Council President McDonald. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Brownson.
Chief, just so I understand the language, did you say deferred compensation plan or not, or deferred contribution plan. I'm just trying to get clear, compensation or contribution plan,
For
For the
the
457.
it's a deferred comp. Yes.
deferred compensation.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll go to Councilmember Kennedy, and then I think we'll go to the next item on the agenda for tonight. Councilmember Kennedy.
What's the investment period again?
For the state plan, 10 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy. Well, after healthy discussion, it appears we're still not at a place where we have a consensus on this item. Are there any specific questions that we want to send to the state retirement plan in writing from council? Councilmember Bronson.
Okay, so you saying we don't have a consensus, but I thought I heard that there was a deadline approaching.
So Mr. O'Connor did talk to them because obviously they have to do stuff on their end. I forget, Mr. O'Connor, can you tell me what that date is?
Yeah, we need to have everything packaged up and to the state prior to May 1st so they can do the final actuary, and this can be put into the budget for July 1. So, and we have to have all our administrative stuff done on top of this legislation. So yes, there is a time constraint that we are on at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we got May 1st as the date. We're gonna need some more time. So our next meeting is actually ironically next week. So we'll be back here next Wednesday. Yes. Thank you. So on this item, unless there's something that's gonna be that's gonna help you to resolve your support for the resolution, I would ask that you just put it in writing so we can get it answered by the Maryland State Retirement Plan, and we'll go to the next item on the agenda.
That was gonna be my statement is since we need to vote on this at least by the next session, that we get all our questions out and answers so we can make a decision by the next meeting.
Agreed. Thank you, Councilmember Brownson. All right. Okay, so let's do this. I move that we table or that we postpone resolution 09-25 until next week's meeting, which is, I believe, April the 19th, 16th. Is that correct? April the 16th.
16th.
Yes. Okay. Are you sure? Wow.
Oh. Like to postpone 9/25, 10/25, and 11.
Okay, so let's do this. We have the motion on the floor. There is second. You see, it was seconded. Discussion. So, Councilmember Kennedy, do you want to offer your motion that we amend the amendment to include the other two items?
Yes, I would like to amend what is on the table to postpone one resolution to include 09-25, 10-25, and 11-25.
I second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded that we amend the amendment postponing resolution 09-25 to the April 16th meeting to include 09-25, 10-25, and 11-25. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? The ayes have it. So those three resolutions will be postponed until the April 16th meeting. All right. Next, we will move to resolution 13-25. This is a resolution to approve a grant agreement for the Prince George's County Stormwater Stewardship Grant. And this resolution is it says introduced by myself, but I move that we adopt this resolution.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt resolution 13-25. Discussion. Councilmember Brownson.
I just have a comment in the page 1, and it be further resolved that the mayor council approves, and it has John O'Connor as a designated project leader. And that was, I think, because he was the ITA at that time. So amend that to have the new town administrator be the project leader. But he's gonna be gone in June.
Well, just a moment. I think that we need to handle that matter at a later time. That is there going to be a legal requirement that he remains the person who manages it? Because since it's a resolution, if we choose to put someone, if there's another person who's assigned to manage that at a later time.
I do believe the trust instrument, trust agreement.
Oh, it's a
has
trust
been
agreement.
listed. So you'd have to amend that.
It's a good thing we have a new town administrator.
Just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. So, Mr. Best, you're saying that based on the way that the resolution is written, we need to.
No, it's not the resolution.
I'm sorry.
The grant agreement.
The grant agreement. So we need to amend the agreement in order to make that change. Okay. And this grant agreement, let's see, is this one that's already been signed, or can it be signed after this approval of this resolution?
I don't believe it's been signed, but want to coordinate with the trust and bring it before you with the revision.
Okay.
I'd table the resolution.
Just one moment. So it's here. Okay, so it's in the resolution and it's also in the grant agreement. The resolution is one item, and then the agreement itself, that's the thing that's going to be legally encumbering with the state. Is that correct? Meaning the change would need to be made in that agreement.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. O'Connor probably knows it intimately. He's speaking.
Mr. O'Connor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The agreement needs to be approved this meeting if you're going to go ahead and do it. We are up against another deadline with the state, which we are going to surpass. However, once the grant is accepted, it can be easily amended in the grants portal, which it would have to be anyway if you have a new town administrator, because they would be the authorized and secondary authorized official. And then you would have the person that's managing the project, which is separate from the town administrator. So if you just want to make an amendment in the resolution that says, and the grant will be further amended in the portal to recognize new leadership, then all those actions can be taken and we can get the grant amendment in and not have any issues with getting the funding.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
You're welcome.
So based on that fact, we can add probably to the end of that line. So at the end, be it further resolved, we can add that the town administrator can make further changes and adjustments as needed in the project portal for coordination or oversight for this project. But a shorter way to say that is making necessary updates. Town administrator can make necessary updates for managing the project personnel. All right, I move that we amend resolution 13-25, inserting in the "and be it therefore resolved" clause at the end, a new sentence that says the town administrator has the authority to amend project personnel in the project portal as needed, period. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we amend resolution 13-25 in the "and be it therefore," or "and be it further resolved" clause, adding a new sentence stating that the town administrator has authority to update project personnel as needed in the project portal. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So this has been amended. And we just need one moment while I think the clerk just stepped out. Okay. Well, so we have a motion to adopt. So now we could just call the roll. We had a second to adopt. That was Councilmember Kennedy, correct?
I seconded.
I don't even know the motion.
The motion was to change the language.
No, not the changing, to
Oh.
adopt this resolution. Before we went into discussion. Okay. I move that we adopt Resolution 1325 as amended.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 1325 as amended. Chief Reese, please call the roll.
Council President McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownson, Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Hines, Councilmember Noble, Mayor Lilly,
Yes.
7 yes, motion carried.
Thank you, Chief Reese. All right, the next item on our agenda this evening is Resolution 14-25. Resolution 14-25 is an annexation plan for the town of Forest Heights, Maryland. This is for the annexation of certain tax-exempt real property located generally south of the present corporate limits of the town of Forest Heights, along or near Indian Head Highway, Maryland 210, including land owned by the state of Maryland, Prince George's County, the Prince George's County Board of Education, the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, the Oxon Hill Volunteer Fire Company, and 2 churches, including segments of certain public rights of way under the jurisdiction of the State Highway Administration, Prince George's County, and the Board of Education, being lands located near and including Lady Drive Park near the communities of South Lawn, Murray Hill, and Brook Manor, including properties located generally north and west of the Henson Creek Stream Valley Park along Livingston Road, as further described below, containing approximately 112 acres of land, more or less, into the corporate territory of the town of Forest Heights. This is the first reading of this plan, but this is part of a series of actions the council needs to take to complete this annexation. The next item that's not currently on the agenda for action is annexation resolution, but that will be read more than once. It's required to be introduced at several meetings, and then there's a date and timeline that needs to occur. So tonight, I move that we adopt Resolution 14-25.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 14-25. Discussion. Councilmember, who was first? Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Noble.
Looking at the stretch of this annexation, have we considered how it would tax our police department? And this is not, for me, close to the town of Forest Heights. So when I look at the St. Columba Catholic Church, the Oxford Volunteer Fire Department, what is the consideration for our services if we annex this area?
Chief, if you could do two things, could you answer Councilmember Noble's question, and then could you also provide the basis for the annexation?
Absolutely. So the basis for the first question would be, for the police department, nothing, everything will still remain the same. Prince George County, we still have the primary jurisdiction on 210. Going down Livingston Road, which is a county road, they will still remain the primary law enforcement. We will be secondary if they're just not available, which that goes for all of our other annexation plans that we put forth. So nothing will remain the same. We don't have any obligations for our public works or anything to fix the road or anything like that. So would you agree, Mr. Attorney Bass?
Well, I'd also point out that the annexation area includes Oxon Hill Elementary School, which is a school zone for speed monitoring systems. It's a school zone for speed monitoring systems it's run by the county right now. Yeah, that will revert to the municipality.
And if I could, probably to your point, this annexation allows the town to expand its speed camera program further down outside of the Beltway portion of Maryland 210. That's one of the main purposes for this annexation. Councilmember Brownson.
So are any of these businesses, land portion, tax paying businesses, or any dollars coming in with this?
No, these lands are totally tax exempt. So there are no businesses. There are lands that are currently owned by the county, the school board, which means either school facilities or school related facilities, and park facilities that are owned by Maryland National Capital Park and Planning.
My second question is, do these lands touch Forest Heights? All of them?
I'll ask, is this contiguous?
I'm sorry?
I believe your question is are the lands contiguous?
The statute for annexation requires all property to be annexed to be contiguous and adjoining. Contiguous meaning touching, adjoining meaning nearby. And because due to the corridor, the roadbed of Maryland 210 that extends south approximately a mile or so, reaching down to the church properties, the volunteer fire department, and the other public lands and tax exempt lands, it satisfies the contiguous and adjoining requirement. The Attorney General in 1995 opined that as long as the area to be annexed doesn't extend more than approximately 2.5 miles from the main corporate territory, it's probably okay. But there's been no appellate court decisions on the issue of contiguous and adjoining. I will say that the annexation areas that made up extensions 6 and 7 back in 2018 had corridors. As you can see in the yellow area on the map, there were road beds or pipe stem annexation there in the eastern part where the Montessori school was annexed, including the Oxon Hill Manor area and the Potomac Vista Recreation area had a bit of a corridor. Basically, the Attorney General has frowned on anything that exceeds 2.5 miles. And that corridor that you see in purple along Maryland 210 is only about a mile or a mile and a half. That at least until you get there, and there happens to be some kind of intermeeting. There's some parkland you see down if you go down below the yellow area along the purple corridor area of Maryland 210, you'll see some area to the right. That's a park. That addition of a parcel or real property added to the corridor, if you measure that distance up to the area of the South Lawn local park, that's about a half mile or so. So that's well within what the Attorney General has opined was reasonable.
Okay, so my other question is that you said that having Oxon Hill Elementary is gonna be a part of this, and you can possibly do the speed camera. So what's the advantage of adding all the rest of these non-taxpaying businesses?
Well, you cannot do an annexation to nowhere. You can't just do 2 miles or 1 mile of corridor, meaning roadway. You have to go somewhere and take in a collection of properties. And in this case, it's the collection you see at the bottom of the purple area there that makes up the church properties and the Board of Ed property. You've got to have some parcels or lots in addition to the right-of-way annexed.
And my final question is, so these businesses and parcels, they agree to be annexed?
Under the holdings of the Supreme Court of Maryland, if the property is tax exempt, therefore they're not burdened by municipal taxation, they don't have a say in municipal annexation.
Okay.
The municipality doesn't require their consent if they're tax exempt.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownson. Councilmember Noble. And then Councilmember Kennedy.
I'm looking at this, at the map, so is it a reason I mean, if we're going to include something, could Oxon Hill Shopping Center? I know, well, I'm looking for some money. Yes.
So
I know we're trying to do the easy part. Sometimes we need to do a little difficult.
I think
Well,
the answer to the council, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
we have a series of potential annexations that we could bring before council. However, they're going in order, they're being done strategically so that the right amount of land is brought in. When you bring in additional tax paying localities, you have to have other requirements as far as what your existing land currently has. There's several rules and laws to comply. So we understand that we want to consider tax contributing parcels. We have several consensual annexations, which we plan to bring to the council after the 15th is considered.
Thank you. And on that note, I think for me, it will be easier if I knew what the plan is. So therefore I can consider it accordingly, but not when not before here we want to annex this. Oh, yeah, next month we want to annex this. If we know what the plan and the schedule, then I think we all will be more confident in the plan to annex.
Makes sense. And so what we will do is prepare a memo for council that just outlines some of the other proposed places to annex. And the beauty of the other places that we want to annex is that they are all located close to the current residential areas. They are businesses, so they're located closer to the existing core. And we'll get that document out to the council between this and the next meeting. Councilmember Kennedy.
The thing that I ask is if we're annexing the church, can we send them a letter and let them know as opposed to, oh, by the way, you're now in Forest Heights?
Well, yes, we can do that. We'll have to get through the next few steps to do that, but I definitely think that as good neighbors, and with it being an organization that contributes to the community and has been there for a long time, we want to have a handshake and a welcoming relationship with them. Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy. Staff members, please take note of some of the action items I've signed myself up for. I don't want to forget. So there's a letter to the church. Is that the Catholic Church on Livingston Road?
That's the one I see, but is there any other that?
St. Columbo.
'Cause that was a point of contention in the previous annexation.
Okay.
There are two churches, Mr. Mayor. There's National Capital Presbytery and the St. Columbia Catholic Church.
Okay. So I'll make sure we get a letter out to those two institutions as we get through the next process. So that will be once we vote on the annexation resolution, then we will make contact with them just to let them know that's officially happening. Was there anything else I signed myself up for? Oh, it was to get the plan. It's to get the plan. Yes, it's to get the plan to council in a memo between now and the next meeting so that we give you visibility into what else we're trying to bring in to the town. Councilmember Noble.
And on that, the church part, because we had this concern before. And I think it was more because no one talked about, not after we voted, before, just to engage them prior to. So it doesn't have to be, I mean, although, you know.
Like a hello. Hello, how are you?
By the way.
What's going on with your congregation and community? And by the way, not doing what? All right, if there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Hines, Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownson, Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Council President McDonald, Mayor Lilly.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I happily have my marching orders for action items to make connection with those two churches. Thank you for the suggestion. Well, I've reached out. There's no businesses in those. There are schools in Prince George's County parks. But we also have another church that we don't always get to see, but they have the name of the town, Forest Heights Baptist. So I was able to connect with their leader, their senior pastor, try to get him and their congregation to some of the meetings and maybe even the next couple ones so we can make a face-to-face introduction. We have several members who live in the town. And so we want to make sure that our namesake congregation is very well connected with the town as well. All right, next we have ordinance number 02-25. This is an ordinance of the town of Forest Heights amending Article 2, Administration of the Ordinance Code of the town of Forest Heights, authorizing the mayor to issue non-civil emergency proclamations and generally relating to mayoral proclamations. This item is under action, but this is actually just for discussion because as an ordinance, it needs to be read more than once. So this is the first reading of this ordinance. Is there any discussion on ordinance numbers 2-25? Councilmember Kennedy.
Why do we need this ordinance?
I'll let Mr. Best answer. I had introduced some proclamations to recognize holidays, but I was instructed that in order to do so, mayor needs authority specifically to do those that are non-civil.
So all these years, it's been done in error.
Mr. Best, would you like to add additional commentary?
Yeah, in the past, in order to do a proclamation, it's been a council proclamation. There might have been a few that snuck in that were mayoral proclamations, but mayoral proclamations are not authorized by your law. Your town law doesn't permit the mayor alone to issue proclamations. What this does is if the matter deals with a non-emergency, it's not a civil emergency that exercises some sort of delegated power to the mayor in a catastrophe, You know, if it's recognizing someone for scholarship or recognizing the family that, for example, that was here earlier today, and it's non-substantive, this will authorize the mayor to prepare and issue the citations or the proclamations at the town meetings, subject to amendment by the council. Since the council is the principal, is the senior body, the governing body of the town, there is some oversight there in the way this ordinance is written, whereby if the council doesn't like the resolution, it can amend it. It can strike the whole thing, or it can make amendments. But at least it gives the mayor the unilateral authority to prepare these documents and put them on the agenda. And as long as no one challenges them or objects to them, they can be promulgated by the mayor. And maybe there can be some more recognition or some more proclamations disseminated with this power.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Council President McDonald.
I mean, it's not just the Wilson family, perhaps, that I guess contributed some way to the community. I had no clue about the Wilson family and probably don't know about other kinds of contributions that are made by families who have been in the town for years and years and years. And I was taken aback a little bit because it came across as if we were supposed to know about the contribution. So if the mayor is aware of something like that, anything relative to it, to help us understand better, I guess, and bring it to our attention as soon as we know about it.
Councilmember Noble.
I guess on that note, I don't know for me that this ordinance is necessary if the council is the body. For example, using, because even with the Wilson family, they said that's not what they wanted, right? They came for the recognition, but it was more to it. So I think when you're in a municipality, it's more neighbor to neighbor. So you may know something. Some people may come to the mayor, but it's also, we've lost a lot of neighbors who've contributed a lot to the town and who have lived here a long time, right? So with that in mind, it's the consistency that we need to have. And I think this body creates that consistency. So that's just my input on this ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Kennedy.
And pretty much surmises why I asked why this was necessary, because if the communication was there and it was something truly that needs to be addressed, for lack of a better term, then there shouldn't be any problem getting at least a consensus on doing this. I don't think we need to change the ordinance every time that you want to, that anybody wants to be able to create a proclamation by themselves. Pretty soon our calendar's gonna be full. You're gonna have 365 days of this is dedicated to different people. But if the communication is flowing, then we all should be in unison with it, including, everything from, well, actually everything, because we are the legislative body of the town. We are the ones that have to make the decisions, but nobody wants to make a decision based on information that we get last minute. I'm not saying this is, but I'm just saying in general. So I really don't feel this is really necessary.
So, yeah, I think that we can move to discussing, or at least coming up with a calendar of items we'll try to recognize throughout the year. The clerk actually already has a listing of those items, so we can review them, see if we need to add, or if there's some items we feel we want to remove, or just find out what it is we want to recognize. We'll bring into the agenda as a council, mayor and council proclamation. And that could truly suffice. So does that sound like a solution for us going forward? I didn't either. Just since the beginning of the year. The list of things that mayor's bringing for recognition since the beginning of the year. However, I wasn't aware. I think we've all learned some in the situation that we can just bring them mayor, council. When I made the list, I didn't know that we had an issue to Councilmember Brownson's point. So I think we've all been educated, and we can come up with things that we want to have and just review a list and see if we need to add, remove, subtract, or just figure out what works for the council.
Or what rises to the level of recognition?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. What rises, and thank you, excuse me, ma'am, what rises to the level of recognition? And also, does everything need to be in public? Right. So I think there's some things that we can just discuss internally to determine how, because there are members in this town, residents rather, who have been here for eons. And I mean, just the recognition that, they've been here for as long as they've been here is to be noted, I think.
Thank you, Council President. I think also to whose point was it? I don't know who it came from, maybe Councilmember Noble or Kennedy, but that when we all are talking to different people and touching different corners together, we get the most of the community so we can raise up things that maybe one of us doesn't get. Right now that calendar only has, it's mostly calendar items like for holidays or things that are recognized or things that are related to the state or to the local area or to something that we generally celebrated. But Councilmember Noble, go ahead.
No, I was just going to piggyback on what Councilwoman McDonald just said, that we don't know what, and this is prior to, I hate to bring history here, but at once upon a time, it was recognized in the newsletter when someone passed away. But times changed. And when times changed, because you had people that preyed on those people because they knew someone was absent from that home. So then it stopped. And that's when we create this moment of silence that recognizes, because again, in the community, it may be my neighbor, it's not your neighbor per se. So, and that's how we gather here in the town. And then, so that's just the thing that it was at one time, and we just have to figure out what we think. Like, I think people should recognize that my mother turned 90, but I didn't make a big deal here, Thank you.
And to your
That's why I had to get the state to come and sing to my mother's birthday.
and to your point, council member, some folks, there's also a line. Some people, it's a private moment for them. Some people want or ask for something. Others don't. And so as a collective body, we can really find, I think, what works for Forest Heights the best. Councilmember Brownson.
Yeah, this is on another note. So what brought the idea that we needed an ordinance for this? I mean, why did that come up? Because anytime we write ordinances, it costs us money to get this 5-page ordinance. Whereas, whose idea was it? I mean, we could have had this discussion before the ordinance was written, and we could have saved money.
Hey, that's not a bad point. Well, I'll just say it was brought to my attention that I didn't have the authority to issue the proclamations. And so here we have what is the proposed solution, but I think you make a fair point. And so what,
I mean, like I said, we could save a lot of money by just having this discussion before an ordinance was written.
point taken, point taken. Thank you, Councilmember Bronson. So we need to, it sounds like we have a solution. We don't need the ordinance, so we can just do other things outside. We'll go over a list of what we're going to recognize. And we can discuss that either at the next meeting or it can be the work session in May. Okay. All right. So we have a couple more items of legislation tonight. These items are for discussion because they're not being voted on tonight. The first item is if we don't, if I think it's on the record that we're not planning to pursue it. Do we need to do something? If we don't bring it back, it'll die. Okay, I move we table ordinance number 02-25.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we table ordinance number 02-25. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. All right, next we'll move into legislation for discussion. Legislation for discussion, annexation resolution number 01-2025. And this is loading. All right, this is an annexation resolution number 01-2025, a resolution regarding the annexation of certain tax exempt real property located generally south of the present corporate limits of the town of Forest Heights, along or near Indian Head Highway, Maryland 210, including land owned by the state of Maryland, Prince George's County, the Prince George's County Board of Education, the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, the Oxon Hill Volunteer Fire Company, and 2 churches, including segments of certain public rights of way under the jurisdiction of the state of Maryland State Highway Administration, Prince George's County, and the Board of Education, being lands located near and including Lady Drive Park, near the communities of South Lawn, Murray Hill, and Brook Manor, including properties located generally north and west of the Henson Creek Stream Valley Park, along Livingston Road, as further described below, containing approximately 112 acres of land, more or less, into the corporate territory of the town of Forest Heights, and providing for the terms and conditions of the annexation to the town of Forest Heights, amending the charter of the town of Forest Heights for the purposes of including the annexed property within the legal description and plats depicting the corporate limits of the town, and generally all matters relating to said annexation. This is not up for vote. So was there any discussion on annexation resolution number 01-2025? All right, hearing none, we will move to the next item on the agenda. Next, we have emergency ordinance number 01-25. This ordinance issued by the mayor and town council of Forest Heights addresses the leasing of real property located at 5410 Indian Head Highway. Emergency ordinance number, I think this is, should say 01. Just a moment. Yeah. Okay, emergency ordinance number 01-25. This is an ordinance of the mayor and council of the town of Forest Heights, Maryland, authorizing and approving the lease of real property from the new owner of the leasehold premises located at 5410 Indian Head Highway, tax account number 12-135-4836, as office space for the Forest Heights, for the police department in the town of Forest Heights, and generally relating to the leasehold acquisition of real property for a public purpose. All right, discussion for ordinance number 01-25. So we currently hold and lease space for the police department. I believe it's on the first floor. Chief Reese, what's that suite number?
100.
Suite number 100 at 5410 Indian Head Highway building. Since we first moved into that space several years ago, it's changed ownership and our original lease has expired. And so this is an agreement to extend the lease in the same space It does not expand capacity. It keeps the amount of space that the police department has as it currently is, and it phases in increases in the rent over a 5-year period. But notably, it takes the rent down to $2,500 in the first year, so it is a slightly less than it was at the termination of the previous lease with the previous owner. Council member, who was first? Councilmember Kennedy.
So that I don't have to read this through with a fine tooth comb. There's a clause in here we can opt out of this, correct?
It's a 5-year term. You're obligated to the 5 years. You can't, there's no termination for convenience. It's a 5-year term lease.
We never thought that we might not want to stay there 5 years.
So on the question of the term of the lease, it was a negotiation back and forth. There were some concessions the owner made, such as reducing the cost. There were some concessions that the owner wanted to ensure that they were able to recoup investment as it's newly purchased and they're planning to make substantial upgrades. So it was a middle ground negotiated after over several months.
Yeah, another question.
Yes, Councilmember Kennedy.
But to answer your question, it's a 5-year lease. If you leave, if you terminate, say year 2 or year 3, you're liable for the remainder of the term, which is, $2,500 times the remaining number of months. That's a typical requirement of any lease. If you rent property and you rent it for a term of years and you leave early, you're going to be liable for the balance. You're going to breach the contract and be liable for the balance. That's the way it is almost everywhere when you lease property. Now, it may be different if there's a fire or some hazard that occurs where the premises can't be occupied, but that's the basic requirement of the lease. 5 years, you're going to be liable all that time. If for some reason the police department is abolished and there's no need for the space, it's not like many other contracts that local governments have that have a termination for convenience. This is a lease. It's not a commodities. It's not some service. It's a leasehold. It's an interest in real property. So that's the way leases are negotiated. If for some reason the council doesn't like the 5-year term, I guess we could go back and try to negotiate 2 years or 1 year or whatever's. But the idea was to have a length of time in order to entice the landlord to give a reasonable rent, and actually, I think roughly $500 less than the Baptist church that once owned the property. $500 less a month.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Councilmember Kennedy. I'll go to Councilmember Noble.
Just one last question about it. So this isn't per se about this particular document, but I know at one point we were waiting on to hear if we were going to get funding, because at one point we were looking at purchasing it. I know Mr. O'Connor is no longer online, at least I don't see him on there. But does anyone know what the outcome of that was? Because that was a substantial amount of money that, had we been able to get, then reapply it to one of the other structures, we wouldn't have to have need of a building for the police department.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, maybe you know better.
I don't have an update, and in this environment, I will assume that no update for a year would equal that it's not moving forward, especially in the amount that it was for.
Well, my last discussion with Mr. O'Connor on this very issue that Councilman raises was that that's still in the works through Congressman Ivey's office.
Really?
So there is potential if that still comes through that a public partnership agreement could be entered into between the town and the landlord to do renovations on that property that might benefit the town if it does come to fruition. But I don't know that it's been, with the tumultuous time we've had with the change of administrations in the White House, I just don't know what the timing of that is and whether it's really going to come to fruition. It's kind of an uncertain world we live in these days.
And as such, it was not a major factor that we wanted to rely upon because we'll have police services. And also we made an investment in the space that we currently lease. That was another factor. Councilmember Noble. Thank you, Mr. Best.
One, is it a reason we don't have a copy of the,
The lease itself?
yes, the lease
It's-
itself?
Must be an oversight.
Okay. And second, my concern with the building is very, very old. It has had no upgrades. We know definitely for 10 years when it was owned by the church. And my other concern is with our employees or the police department, if they're safe in the building. So do we have any reports as it relates to the safety of the building? Because at one time it was a dialysis center there that had to leave because it was not healthy. So we need to really consider, we need to know all the parts about this entering into the lease. We know the police department needs to be somewhere, but we also need to make sure that they're safe.
Yes, so I'll let Chief Priest answer since he is familiar day to day with the current status of utilities and the comfort and safety of the staff.
Yes, sir. So what I can say, I believe I can go to the owner. This owner has been probably, the new owner has been very communicative with us. I believe that he is committed, obviously, because he's bringing his business to that building, that he's committed to doing. Now, since we've been there, anything that we've asked, he's done. We do know for our specific unit, when we had those really cold, uh, there was no heat due to obviously the maintenance and the of that unit. He got a plan together. He put a brand new unit which costs well over. He's already invested. I know that unit costs well over $60,000 to put on top of that roof, to have a crane company put in to do that. Now, as far as next door with the dialysis, I cannot speak on that. But what I can say is, if I reach out to the owner and to ask him to get a report on, what is the status of the dialysis, to make sure there's no chemicals, anything that we may be harmful with, I believe that he will get that to us and he will present it to us in a timely fashion. I think he will do that. He's very committed into improving that building, and he wants to be a partner with the town. So I don't see anything.
Well, I don't know for the sake of the lease, but at some point we want to invite him to talk with the council at some point, or maybe just introduce himself. So it's going to be okay. Well, we'll find a way to facilitate an understanding so that we both understand what the goals of the town and this entity are. Is that a better way to put that? Okay. Councilmember Brownson.
So my question was similar to that, is what's the safety of the building? Because I don't know, I heard, so can't go on hearsay, but it was asbestos in the building. And if that's the case, I think that before we sign a lease, we need to know that the building is safe. And also, is this Harbor View the property owner that owns the hotel up there? Harborside or Harbor View, but
No, this is a local dentist.
yeah. I'm sorry?
This is a dentist.
Oh, individual.
Yes.
Okay. What's the name of the place that's coming over here?
There's
National.
there's several entities in the area that have the name Harborview or Harborview Development. There's several incarnations of that name as a LLC name.
Oh, but this is Dennis. Okay, thank you. But my point was that we need to know, if we're gonna sign a lease, we need to know that the building is safe for our staff.
Our
to be
staff
in.
and our police officers. Point taken. Thank you. Okay, so we've read ordinance numbers. Oh, Councilmember Hines, I didn't see you. My apologies. Now, if I don't see or hear you, I want you to like get on the mic and let me know so I don't pass you by.
My question is this. Because we have 2-year I'm sorry, not sentences. I apologize. I meant terms. I do apologize. No, but I have a problem with voting, for a 5-year, yeah, because, the incoming council, I mean, it has a way of coming back and, I know that we were looking at maybe, upping the term for the council, but I have a problem with, if we could look at maybe just a lesser, not 5 years, but anyway, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kennedy.
Just to give you some numbers so that way you don't think that we're gonna be hemorrhaging more. If you just take the basic 2,500, 2,500 a month, which is what they're proposing, times 12, multiply that by 5, that's 150. But each year it's gonna go up by $100 more a month. So let's say the first year is 2,500. So the next year would be 2,600 a month. The second year, 2,007. So roughly $200,000. I mean, no offense, but I think we've seen that money go by the wayside on other buildings that we've invested time, material, and manpower into. So, and the police department would look funny trying to cram back into 5508 Arapahoe Drive. So,
Councilmember Noble.
In reference, I just want to make a comment about the money for the building. Because when we were in Ocean City last year, we talked to someone from Congressman Ivy's office. And it's just not as simple as it's in there for the town of Forest Heights. It has to go through all these processes that the Congress could say, no, they can't get it. Or no, now we need to move it here. And we're seeing that now. So even though it got to that part, it didn't mean it was going to be a done deal for the town.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. If there's no further discussion on this point, we will move to the next item on the agenda. This is for discussion, Resolution 16-25, Passport Parking Management, a resolution to approve a proposal regarding a software license and service agreement between Passport Labs Incorporated and the town of Forest Heights, the town, for a mobile payments and citation management for parking digital platform. And this resolution is being presented in response to conversation over the last, this is probably maybe going on 2 years, around potential ways to implement parking enforcement on certain streets or in certain areas of the town where parking is limited or where there is an issue with vehicles that are not licensed in the state of Maryland, continually parking on public streets in the town. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Reese just to talk through some of the highlights of this particular solution.
Absolutely. So, like you said, Mayor, this is from conversations that we had and from recent conversations that we had. So, I tasked myself to find a parking program that we can use currently. What we use for parking, we use carbon copies. We issue a citation and the clerk has to keep up with everything. The issue of that is that one officer doesn't know if they issue a citation prior to the other one. So now, similar, we're bringing it to a system to where the system will keep all track of everything, or having a back office, if you will, to keep track of the citations, similar to how we issue speed camera citations. They'll do everything. They will send the notices out for us. They will keep track of the delinquent, and they'll make a connection with our collection company, and certain violations that haven't been passed in a certain period of time will automatically go over to the collection company for flagging for registrations, or collection efforts. So this is the system for that one. Also, what you will see in the resolution, which we have to have conversation about, is they can also handle our digital parking permit. Currently, maybe a couple of years ago, we did pass legislation for residential parking in certain streets. We do have one street that has already petitioned to have residential parking on their street. That if we were to go to the system right now with the enforcement portion, this system can also handle the digital parking. But that's a deeper conversation down the road. But I just want to put that in the resolution. So currently, right now, we are anticipating, looking at historical, that there will be no annual cost because of the volume citations that we think that we'll be able to issue. I think that's pretty much it. It's a digital system that you can issue from a computer or a cell phone with a thermal printer. And they keep track of everything to where it's that for court purposes, they make that connection as well. I could take any questions.
Thank you, Chief Reese. Councilmember Kennedy.
So I see here on the last whereas on page 1. So, and what you just said, that we believe that there will be no fee. How much is a parking citation now?
They haven't changed quite some time. Most of our citations are $75, unless it's a handicap, which I believe is $300, and it doubles after 20 days. But what I can say is that here in the town, we do have a problem with violations within the town. They're just not written because it's so hard to keep track of. Certain cars that you see on the road on our streets right now, suspended registration, suspended for emissions, expired, tow truck. They're just hard to keep up with. So, but there's violations that I believe that it's warranted, that it is sustained.
So do you think that we would have at least 14 citations a month? And the reason I'm asking that is if you take the $1,000 monthly fee divided by 75, it's 13 point something.
I believe, and I'm just speaking for personal experience, sir. I believe so. I write 14 tickets myself a month. So I believe that with all the officers, yes, we do.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy and Chief Reese. Council President McDonald.
This Chief Reese 1,800, is that 1,800 tickets?
It's 1,800 violations
1,800 tickets.
issued, yes.
Okay. Can they do a demo to show us how it works?
Sure. I mean, he's in North Carolina. I actually was able to do it in person when he was up here. If the mayor, I can have him do it on the Zoom.
Okay, we see the value in it, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And most of this is not a new. If you also seeing it, other jurisdictions use this. Prince George County uses it. It's a very good system, so I can bet it. It's a very good one.
Is there, just a follow-up, Mayor, is there any, I guess, has there been any difference in terms of prior to using it and then implementing it in other spaces where we could see some data as to the value of it? I'm just interested in knowing what that
might be. Yeah, I can ask the vendor, he can give it to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council President and Chief Reese. Any other questions before I go back to Councilmember Kennedy for a question? Councilmember Kennedy.
Will this help at all with the out-of-state tax?
So it will, no, this is just, what we will do is all we're doing is putting our ordinances into the system to where that we pull up with our phone, we issue a citation. Now, if the mayor and council would like to make an ordinance for these very things, we'll be able to enforce. Remember, the police, we only enforce the violations. Now, there's legislations currently at the state level as far as we don't have reciprocity with Virginia. That's who issuing these tags. People are running away from violations. But the second portion of it is this is the issue of I'm gonna say Woodland Drive. That's one of the reasons why they elected to have permit parking on their block, because they have so many out of state tags on their road. For the police department, the issue is that those vehicles are properly registered. We can't do anything. We know that they live there. We run the tag. It's a Virginia tag, but it comes back to Woodland Drive. But the issue is that we allow now. For me, the only way that we can do that to regulate parking is you make residents come to us to prove that they live here and they have Maryland registration. If you do not do that, you are allowing them to continue to have Virginia tags or DC tags because they are properly registered. Now, there's no officers that are going to sit and count in front of their house to say, hey, day 1, day 60, day 90, we issue a citation. But that's a moving violation. We have to first stop you, then issue a citation. That's going to take too long. So that's the only way that we can combat the increasing number of these out-of-state tags parking off our residential streets.
Chief, related to this issue, I believe Virginia is changing their law where you can't pay a fee in lieu of insurance and have tags. So basically, I've been told that the main reason that many people used Virginia was because you could pay a fee in lieu of insurance. But they were ending that process. So I guess I'm not sure when it takes place, but maybe it happened in their General Assembly either this year or last year. So there's a time period when people who are using that rule will be required to register or at least pay for insurance in Maryland.
There's that. There's their insurance, but most of people, they go to Virginia because their Maryland registration is flagged because of speed camera citations and things like that. The insurance is one thing, but we see them going over there because I'm just going to give you a brief example. When we pull over a car with a Virginia tag, we can see the previous tag, a Maryland tag that was on it, and you can see it's flagged because of jurisdiction flags, other jurisdictions that they don't want to pay. That's the issue. But yes, Virginia, they are doing that now. But also the other issue that you have to also look at is you still have to wait for that registration to expire for them to renew. So you're potentially, if they got a 2-year, 3-year tag, you're looking at 3 years before somebody even got to change it to even worry about the new law. That's another issue that you have to have.
Well, in the interest of time, if you can bring back to us what actions we can take to expedite our enforcement of out-of-state tags so we can act. That's separate from this, I know, but thanks for answering that question. Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I have out-of-state tags on my list as well. And for me, and I don't know if we can just do a letter or something to that effect. Welcome to the town of Forest Heights. Put it on the car. What does the law say? How many days do you have to change it? Because some people just don't know. I'm trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, but I want to use one street. I'll use Cree to start, if you like, and see what happens. Everyone is not going to change the text, but someone may.
But to Chief's point, he was saying right now they are registered properly. So the way that they've done this through Virginia, they have registration that lists their mailing address. They're allowed to do that. We have to come up with an additional rule that says they cannot do that. Is that correct?
I'm gonna defer to Attorney Best. I would do resident permit parking. I will let Attorney Best, if, I don't know if the town is able to make up a rule or ordinance to say that you have to have if you live in a town, you have to have, it's already a state law. It already is. It's just hard to enforce.
Speak great MML question, wouldn't it? Well, Mr. Best, did you have something?
To follow up, the chief was stating the Constitution prohibits it. I mean, the right to travel is a fundamental right, and the right to park on a public street is available for anyway. The way to curtail that is through permit parking systems, permit parking. The other way might be to use your boots. When people have multiple citations, you have the authority to boot the vehicle. Maybe that needs to be re-examined.
So with this, and he will also do that, Mr. Mayor, if you will. With this parking program, they also partner with a booting company. So the issue is that what we have to do is our ordinance, we have to like give notice that your vehicle is can be immobilized for it. They will do that for us. They will send those proper letters out. That's the reason why we have it. And we can do the boot. The complaint's gonna come, but we can do the boot. That's always been in our ordinance, but we need the system to keep track to make sure that we're doing it properly, and that the owner is properly notified. That's the issue that I want to make sure. I don't want to put us in a predicament.
Okay. Well, it sounds like council was in agreement that we need to begin looking at implementing the permitting system, at least on a street that's already petitioned it, and then maybe that's our pilot. Any further discussion on this resolution 16-25? All right, hearing none. That concludes legislation for this evening. Next, we will move into department reports. First, we have, well, let me ask this question. We have several reports. Do we have, well, let's just do this. It's been a while. Interim Town Administrator, do we have any questions for that report or any highlights, Chief, for your report to the council?
The only highlight I do have for my report is obviously throughout the town you have seen WSSC. They have been fixing the water leaks. That is fixed. They did a quick patch with the cold patch throughout the warmer months. They have a contracted company that will come out and pave the areas that has been affected. So what they've done now, they've started the pre-work, which is milling down certain areas just to kind of give it for street level. It's the same person that we're talking to. He's keeping us updated, but he's going to let us know. So the affected areas right now will be Seneca Drive, Mohican, Rolfe Drive, for the affected areas that they got to come back and repave. So when we do find out that date that the equipment will be here, we're going to blast it out so our residents can know. That's all I have, sir.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Is the that sinkhole that was on Delaware Drive, the cement work, is that still on the list of things for them to fix?
Yeah, so Mr. Dewey went out there and checked again. We actually had a quote to fix that for that one. So we just wanted to make sure that it was right, but he's already done that one. Obviously, he's waiting for a little bit more warmer days so he can do that, but he's already been out there for the aprons of the affected area that we've already done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy and Chief Reese. Next report, Youth and Community Programming, Mr. Holland.
Get me.
Council President, this is in relation to Town Administrator?
Yes.
Okay.
So the new website that has, how long has it been up and running now?
I can say for
'Cause
about
I
a,
didn't see any announcement of it being, I guess launched or anything like that, so that residents are aware and had any, questions about it.
I've been given for every council meeting, I've been given reports on it. It is launched. It's some of the same information. It's just the format has changed a little bit. It's more user friendly. What we did include, we included some updates as far as making sure that residents can get to our meetings. We added where's that there's a link. If you click town meetings, it'll take you to board docs, automatically see the packet. And the website will now include the link to YouTube, all of our social media. But nothing has really changed. It's just user friendly now. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Council President. Next report is Mr. Holland and Youth and Community Programming.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to, congratulate Councilmember Burrows on achieving the necessary votes to become chair of the County Council. He's the youngest to do so, which is, something great for us. We now have a representative that is determined to bring the resources that have been proportionately placed at the northern side of the county to the southern portion of the county. So that's a win, I think, for our district. It's a win for our constituents. Just congratulations to him on that. We are excited to kick off not only our WABA Learn to Ride for year 2, but Council President McDonald's Healthy Heights Trail Ride is also taking place. I know there was some confusion with both of them being under Healthy Heights, but I just wanted to correct it and say that both events will be taking place at 10 o'clock a.m. or meeting at 10 o'clock a.m. The Healthy Heights, the WABA Learn to Ride will be taking place here, the 13th, in the front parking lot. And then on the 26th, myself, Council President, and our constituents will be meeting at Balakers Park at 10 a.m. And the ride will begin. We will kick off at 10:30 and then ride and meet back. We will also be attending the ribbon cutting ceremony as well, directly following that. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Any questions in the programming report for this month?
This coming Sunday.
I do have a question, Mr. Holland. First of all, thank you for everything. And do we have a count of how many people have signed up?
There's
For
8
Sunday?
for the 13th.
Okay.
That's a full class. Based on how many coordinators WAPA gives us,
Mm.
we can only have 4 per instructor. So it's 8 students in total, or 8 youth in total.
Okay, and where are we with the adult class?
Well, the adult class has now been moved because it was going to be on the 26th, but with the ribbon cutting, we have to move that to the fall.
Okay.
Via WAPA's
Schedule.
schedule.
Okay. Thank you. And plus it'll give us time to get some more people because
Exactly.
we were sort of having a light schedule. Sign up there. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions for that report?
One thing, we will need some support, I guess, from council if y'all want to come out on the 26th and help with the table and snacks and all that kind of good stuff, because we're gonna have that for the kids, right?
Yep, BPW is already aware to have a table set up.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a tent as well. But they are aware that we'll
Okay.
have that.
Thank you.
Council President, I'm glad you brought this up. One of our residents, Leah Swindler, works at Potomac High School, and she reached out today and said that Potomac High School students need service hours. So let's try to coordinate with them to get high school students to volunteer for that day, because we'll have the rides, we'll have ribbon cutting, we'll have tables with town information and lists to sign up for committees and for the text alerts and email. And then we'll need help setting up, breaking down. So it would be a great way to introduce that partnership. So what I'll do after today is connect you with her, so we can get those extra hands on deck and hopefully start to bring them to all of our events in the future.
And if anybody want to ride with us as well, we're open.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holland. Appreciate your report this month. Next, we have the treasurer's report, March, or for this month. And Mr. Frankenfield, do you have any highlights for your report? And then I'll open it up for questions.
No, I mean, just the high level activity has been working on the 23 audit. We heard from Mr. DeSalvo this evening, started the 24 audit, and have been working, spent a lot of effort on the budget for fiscal year 26.
Thank you, Mr. Frankenfield. I'm going to go first to Council. Was Council President first?
Yeah.
Council President, then
Just a-
Councilmember Brownson, then Noble.
Mr. Frankenfield, thank you. I wanted to ask about the Finance Committee meeting. We had been going back and forth, and I think I went on vacation and didn't get back to you. So I think we were talking about April the 25th or the 27th. Was that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
So, excuse me, ma'am. Thank you. So yes, we were saying that those were dates that we had put out there because that was what was big. So that's why I wanted to wait to see what would be appropriate, the 25th or the 27th. And then we can put it, the clerk, if you don't mind, can put it on the board because we were going back and forth as to when we would be able to do it. So I'm just saying the 25th or the 27th, if that, is sufficient for.
The 25th is a Friday.
Yeah, the 25th or the 27th.
Okay, so on that note, we can have the Ways and Means Committee
Thank
backing
you.
up that as well. So Sunday's good.
Sunday's good. Okay, so
For me-
Sunday's good. Noble? Yes, ma'am. Please check your calendar, ma'am. Thank you very much, because we would love to have you there. Thank you, ma'am.
And Ms. Little,
Yes. Miss Little be there too.
Councilwoman
Councilwoman Little, that's
sorry.
right. That's right.
I know that's right.
Okay, so, Mr. Frankenfeld, so thank you. We're gonna do it on Sunday, the 27th, and we're gonna do finance at what
Ways-
time?
Whatever you finance.
Oh, is it 11? Yeah, we could do finance at 11 and Ways and Means at noon,
If I can interject,
if that works, Mayor Lily.
there's one interesting
Thank you.
piece. There's one interesting development, which is take care of Chief Jones, who came and joined us tonight. One interesting tidbit is that we need to do, we have to redo council committee assignments because we had an election. So that will happen at the next meeting.
Okay, so we may. Okay.
But
Whoever it is.
we'll let that meeting be scheduled for now. And then from there, we'll determine the schedule if there's new chairs who help determine the schedule for those members who are on their committees.
I had a question for him.
Yes,
Okay.
Councilmember Brownson.
My question is, in your report, you said the state reached out for status of 23 and 24 audits. Is that usual, unusual, and what did they ask and what did you say?
So, yeah, we saw it last fall when they were inquiring about the status of 22. But we're delinquent for 23 and 24 we're just about delinquent. I think anything after March 31st, they're looking for 24's audit. So the representative from the Department of Legislative Services, just simple reach out email. Dear Mr. Frankenfield, can you advise us on the status? And I responded to him, I think we can wrap up 23 by the end of March. And then 24 by the end of June. So a couple sentence email.
Oh, we're in April already and it's not wrapped up.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. End of April. End of April for 23. End of June for 24.
Okay, so then I had another question. One of your bullet points, you said the revision of the 26th draft budget. When will that budget come to the council so we can look at it and start looking at it so we can get ready to have our budget done in a timely manner?
It's close. I assume we'll get it out this week. We're just going back with a couple last minute revisions.
Okay, so you'll send it to us electronically this week?
Yeah, I think so. Is that our plan, Mayor? We'll just email it out?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Yes, and it's planned to be distributed so that we have the time to have the hearings and the readings more than once and can look at we reconciled the passing in March, in May. I don't know why we all want to keep saying March tonight. May. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Brownson. Councilmember Noel.
Good evening, sir. I guess I asked this question once before, or maybe more than once, but on the reporting that you give us, it's effective the 15th of the month. Can we have the reporting end on the last day of the month?
So we do 2 rounds of reporting for like this meeting. Since it's so early in the month, we don't have time to get all of the activity reconciled. So like this month is March is the end of a quarter. So we have to do the charter mandated reporting. So those come out around the 15th of the month and we send those by email. So just for this report, because of timing, we have to do the 15th to the 15th.
And I guess that's where I'm confused, because prior to you joining this group, the reports always ended the last day of the month. So that's what, is this a new development, or why was, I know we need to get it by the 15th of the next month, but that's from the prior month.
Yep. Yeah, I can't speculate unless they cut corners to get reports out. But we need a couple weeks after the month's over to get you accurate reports.
And on that same note, when does the bank statements end? What is their reporting period? Is it the end of the month, or is it the middle of the month?
That's correct. It's the end of the month.
Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Councilmember Brownson.
So when we get the reports, even though we have the meeting after the 15th, the reports still have an end date of the end of the month. The budget versus actual, those quarter reports, they end at the end of the month, not the 15th. And most of your reports that you send us end at the end of the month, even though we may get it at the 15th, but it has an end of the transactions that's in the reports ended at the end of the month. Am I correct?
Yep.
Right. So why can't we get a report at the end of the month?
I don't understand your question.
Because one report you sent to us when you were doing report with you, in your report, it had the 15th, the date of the 15th. I don't feel we necessarily need in our meeting up to date 15, the date of the meeting, accurate information. We can base our questions on the end of the month reports.
Are you saying we just don't do this? So like, when I inherited this process, there was this set of reports where we reported on the cash activity.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying we just skip the cash activity and do the budget versus actuals?
No, just have it in at the end of the month and not carry it to the current date.
Oh, yeah, we don't have enough time. I mean, we could probably cut it off the 21st, but our reports are due, the Wednesday ahead of the meeting. So we don't have time to have them prepared.
Wait, okay, the Wednesday ahead of the meeting to whom?
What?
Just wait, just one moment, please. Just one moment, Councilmember Brownson. So is the issue getting the transactions, or is it reconciling all the transactions so that the budget and actual shows actual spending to the end of the month?
Are you asking me, man?
Yeah, Todd, I was asking you. Yes.
Yes. So budget versus actuals, we need credit cards done. So we give the staff till the 10th to have credit cards done. So, we're always going to be, best we can do is the 15th.
And that's to reconcile the activity, to meaning that transactions that were debited by the 19th, but if they were on a card, they have to be coded and they need to be filed to the correct line item so that can be updated in the budget and actual. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, 100%.
Councilmember Noble.
So on that note, if I accept that response, then we should have another report, 3/16 through 3/31, right? I mean,
Yeah.
because I guess it, right. So by the next meeting, we should have the other half of this,
Yep.
right?
But we don't.
So why can't it all just be at one time?
I think we're confusing. I think we're confusing. We do two different reports. So by the 15th, we do budget versus actuals, which is for the month. The report we do here is just on cash balances, what went in and out of the bank account. And we've been consistent for all of this fiscal year that we report from the 15th to the 15th. So I think we're confusing the reports.
I agree with that, but cash is cash and cash is cash. So again, to me, I don't know what the difference is. You're trying to reconcile the bank charges. And can you do that on with the banking online? Do you see it there, or are you waiting for something physical to check it against?
Yeah. So the real reports are the budget versus actuals that we send on the 15th. So those we need 2 weeks after the end of the month to create accurate reports. Does that answer your question?
It answers the question, but I'm not really satisfied with the answer, but I'll accept it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kennedy.
So basically, you get your information at the month, and you're saying it's taking you all 2 weeks to put together this document.
That's correct.
So by
Yep.
the time we get the document, it's actually technically 2 weeks later because you're already halfway into the next month.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's how it works.
Right. So technically, if the body wanted it delivered on the 30th, you could technically do it because you're already 2 weeks behind anyway. So it's not current, up to date as of the same day.
Yeah, I mean we could do it. We can just download bank statements, right? And prepare, here's the report, here's the download. We take it, we group it, we format it into reports, and that's what takes the time. Yeah, no problem to give an export of what's in the bank statement. It's the formatting and the adding it and then turning it into staff a week ahead of the meeting that is hard for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy. Did you have something to add, Council President? Okay, Councilmember Noble.
Back to the audit. I know the last time that we completed an audit, it had recommendations. And you said some of the recommendations you didn't agree with. And I'm trying to figure out, did we respond at all for those recommendations? Because Mr. DeSalvo, and I've been a critic of Mr. DeSalvo in the past, but on his last reporting, he brought a lot of things to the attention of the town. So I can appreciate that. And with this new auditor coming, I just want to make sure that we are responding to the state when it tells us we should do this, that, or the other, and not just moving on to the next audit. So did we ever take care of those recommendations or no?
Yeah, most of his recommendations were things that the prior team could have done a better job with. So yeah, 80% of it we took care of. He questioned the town's liquidity. When we talk about fund balance and cutting the budget, I wrote a response to that. So yeah, I would say we have addressed them all. And then there's some things that, I think he was a little nitpicky on, but yes, we've addressed them.
Yes, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
just to add another point too, the recommendations we get, we don't have to answer to the state on them. We basically need to implement them because since they've been in a previous audit, a new auditor will will read and review past audits. So it would come up again if we haven't implemented or we haven't satisfied the general accounting standard. What we have to do is turn the audit into the state by their deadline and respond to them if they ask for a report on activity that's happened since their last time. But thank you for the question. Councilmember Brownson.
On one additional questions on a lot of the things you took care of, and one of the things you say you took care of was the processes and procedures for, so is that documented and can we see that document?
Yeah, we have it. I mean, it's more what our team does, but yeah, we can document it.
You can't, oh, it hasn't been documented as of yet?
No, because it's all, everybody plays a certain role in it. But yeah, we can document it.
And can we get a copy of that as well?
Sure.
Thank you.
I would characterize it differently. It's documented. Like for example, the credit card process, who gets them, what they can do when their transactions are to be coded by, what the date of closeout is, when they're considered late. Those things are documented and staff is aware. So those are repeatable processes that we can show that the staff knows because they've seen them. So we'll work to get those to you. Thank you, Councilmember Brownson. Thank you, Mr. Frankenfield. Okay.
This is my last, I noticed on the utility bills for the town, if, for example, you have Pepco, maybe this Pepco is $10,000, this Pepco is $2,000, but it's no identifier with this. So in other words, it's $15,000 for 5508, it's $10,000 for the light located here. So is it possible just for documentation to add that location?
Yeah, Chief, can we work with the AP clerk on a little bit better descriptions for the activity?
Okay, so you want the Pepco bill? No, we got 10, 15 Pepco bills.
Right. Well, that's all the more reason why, for me, it needs to be, this Pepco bill is for 5508 and not for, 113, or, this place or that place. Because it has the account number, but for us,
Okay.
you
I will,
know what I'm saying?
I get with Mr. Frankenfield to see what you guys see.
Yeah.
I see it in bill.com, so
Yeah,
we'll clean it up.
yeah, like Pepco, the water, things like that.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. All right, next we'll move to the police department report. Any highlights? Any
No, sir.
questions?
Question.
Council
Mr.
President
Police
McDonald.
Department, I'm trying to find out about the status of that boarded up property over there, Chief Reese, on Comanche Drive. Has there been any recent follow-ups or updates? Cause it's a sore eye.
Yes, ma'am. So he actually just reached so they actually reached out. They want to begin to take the boards down, but our hesitation, the code enforcement and the police department, our hesitation is, yes, you can take the boards down, but you have to secure your property because they got in the vandals got into the property and they did not. And what we also wanted is you have to send, because the place is located in Florida, you have to send some type of property maintenance person to check on your property to make sure that those activities are not happening. So that was our only reservation. So they reached out to us and they want to begin that process after they pay our fee. So their fee, because the town boarded it up. They didn't board it up. The town did that because we found the person in there. So they can remove it, but we want to make sure that they secure their property.
Okay, and one other follow-up, Mayor.
The property on Ottawa.
Property in Ottawa is due to go to court, next week. We are seeking abatement.
Okay.
We also did, though, the issue with that is we come in contact with them, that the owner of record is, their mailing address is that address, which we know they don't live there. So we know they're not getting the mail, but we're gonna go to court and seek an abatement when we seek an abatement, the town has to clean that up and then we build it on a lien, going forward.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council President. All right, next we will move to the Public Works report. And that monthly report was in the file. There's some highlights such as sinkhole replacement and repaving, WSSC snow leaf removal, hydrant repair on Sachem. What else do we see? Chief Reese, any other highlights, successes, or long-standing projects that were handled by Public Works besides ones we've already talked about?
No, sir. Mr. Dude just wanted me to let you know. So obviously his team, very small team now, will be he'll be giving some dates out for the leaf pickup. So we're gonna send that out. You'll see as the machine depicts in the picture, we're gonna do on residential. The issue is he just wanted to also let you know that the reason why the leaf pickup takes so long is because obviously the machine cannot pick up wet leaves. We have to have a series of warm days so it can dry the leaves up. It's not that much suction. So that's the reason why you don't see it. But they are going to be committed to make sure that our storm drains are cleared, even though we have a rainy season.
Thank you, Chief Reese. Councilmember Brownson?
I have a question about the report. It says, one of the bullets said DTW met with Christopher Bogle from MGM to discuss the beautification project at the intersection of Livingston Road and Arapahoe Drive, as well as the intersection of the Welcome to Forest Heights sign at Station Drive in Seneca. What's that about?
Well, actually, it wasn't MGM. I believe Mr. Bull was from National Harbor. And so there was, they may potentially be able to donate some landscaping items like shrubs or things to put at entrances.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble, my apologies.
For the, I noticed on Satcham, where we had that beautiful wall built for over $300,000, that the silk screen is not there. The fencing where we had the silk screen to stop the sliding. So I don't know if we need to request funding for that, or if we have the material to put it back.
So I will say now, to inform this body now that silk screen is to catch the, the anything that slides down there. We probably need to get a company, because it's not like the silk screen that you just get from like construction sites. It's made to hold, and they got those rebar down in there. I believe that we need to put that on our infrastructure list, because remember when that company did that those many years ago, they said the rest of that hill needs to be done. So we need to make sure we do that. But I give Mr. Dewar to put a company out there. The silk screen probably has failed. It's been up there for a couple of years now, and it's not meant to be up there that long.
Right.
I see if the company can come back out to fix that.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Council President McDonald.
Chief Reese,
Yes, ma'am.
not urgent, but can we look at the huge trees that are right there at the entrance when you come onto Comanche Drive on the left-hand side where that walkway is? On the left-hand side, as soon as
Yes.
those trees are huge and they just look, it's not a good look when you come into the town. There's nothing there but those big ugly trees. that there's no, nice flowers or anything like that that's welcoming. If we could just look at it and just to see if there's something we can do about it.
So I will, that is part of the plan that Mr. Jewell is, and he's looking at all the interests to the town. We're just waiting for some, like you said, he's trying to get some collaboration with National Harbor to see if we can obviously to beautify it. He's talking to the county now. I have him, we're trying to get they have a free mulch type thing. So we're gonna beautify the whole area. That could be part of it. But
Okay.
maybe that the trees could just need to be pruned
Pruned,
back.
yeah.
So,
And some flowers added. That would be
Yes.
beautiful. Thank you, sir.
Glad you mentioned that, Council President. There's a plan that the DPW director put together. I think the chief is reviewing on potential beautification efforts around entrances and what the team can do to install some things that create a welcoming environment. But it's a plan that will come before the council a later date, I believe. Councilmember Noble.
Yes, with that plan too, if we could look at the tree cutting that was done by Booth. So on Talbot Drive at the school, thank Public Works for cleaning that area. But it's other places they cut throughout the town, and I may ask the treasurer if we could look at those invoices, if they actually show where they cut, so that we can make sure we clean up after ourselves, because it's just trees chopped down all over the town and on the perimeter of the town.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Brownson.
So my question is, do we own that property outside of Forest Heights Elementary that has a fence around it?
portions. Not every parcel. With the fences, I believe that was donated by Prince George's County.
No, there's portions of Talbot Drive when you turn on to the right that we own initially, and then the residential portions we own. But there are several parcels that are owned by multiple owners. One of them is a private family or private business entity, and the portions closest to the school are owned by Prince George's County. So there's several, I would call them complex, small, oddly shaped parcels that are clumped together with multiple owners. In order for us to get those parcels that are closest to the school, we have to do a petition through the Prince George's County Council. There's a department that has to make the petition initially, then the council has to get the legislation, then they have to vote on it. It takes about a year. We got a letter this year, but it was a certified letter that arrived close to the deadline. For some reason, I'm not sure. We had an issue with certified mail being delivered and not having a signature on it, even though that's required. So the goal is that this year we can make the ask to get those plots that belong to the county donated as surplus property. Then we'll only have one owner to work with for the additional part of the land.
So when Forest Heights and under Booth Construction cut those trees all along there, technically they weren't all of ours.
Well, to my knowledge, the trees that were cut were on the portion of land that the town
They
owns.
went all around it.
Okay, well, maybe that's a question we get answered at a future meeting.
So, and the reason I asked about whether we own it or not, because when we were talking to Sustainable Maryland and the Green Team, she was talking about the food desert. And I was thinking about that could be an area where we can do our food desert. So if we have an area that we know that belongs to Forest Heights, we hopefully could use that area.
One additional point though on the trees is that if trees were hanging over a property line onto the public part of the street that the town has in its corporate limits, it does have authority to cut up above their property line to trim a tree or limbs back. But thank you for the input. Good questions. Any other questions or comments on DPW report? All right, hearing none. We next have new business. And there are a few items there just for updates to the council annual calendar, and I'm sorry, annual event calendar. Did we get a chance to get that distributed, Madam Clerk? I think it's in the, is that in the
No, but it
attachment?
is.
It's on the,
it is
it's on
in
board
Board
docs.
Docs.
Yes, it's on board docs. So that was a list of events that are currently on the calendar. We try to take into account ones that are budgeted and then ones that typically occur. If there's any items that are missing that we need to budget for or create partnerships for, we can do that. Harvest Day is on there. Foresight Day is on there. And so that schedule is out now for council consumption and for us to review. And Councilmember King, you have a comment?
Just a reminder again, the haunted house is a separate entity from the Harvest Festival. They just normally happen in the same day. And some of these events, we're gonna need to start getting people together to, I guess, spearhead them, because most of people who have been doing this for decades are stepping down. So.
Well, one of the things that we talked about earlier this year was getting a team of people who can work on engaging the community. And with the upcoming events we have, like even tonight, we've got sign-up sheets and some QR codes for people to sign up for different committees. We'll emphasize the community engagement team to recruit people who are volunteering for some of the events we have coming up. So point well taken. And if anyone's watching and you're interested in helping support the events in the town, we want you to join the community engagement team, which will help us to staff, to plan, and to make the events that we have serve you and serve your neighbors. And we need your help. We need your ideas. We need your input, and we need your efforts to help pull off great events. Because we've moved to a model where we are now partnering with our faith-based organizations, local nonprofits, to help us fund them and to accomplish them without as large of a hit to the line items in the town's yearly budget. Councilmember Brownson, yes.
Said that they're listed on Board Doc. Okay, so not being Board Doc savvy, how do we know that these things are listed in Board Docs, and how do we get to them? And we as talked about one time having a course on how to use Board Docs, and does this information go to the public that it's on Board Docs? So where's the communication of things being put on Board Docs, and how are we to know that they're there?
Yes, great question. I'm gonna defer to Chief, someone very intimately aware with the connection of the website between Board Docs.
So with Board Docs, though, there is a link to Board Docs from our website. Upcoming, we're getting ready to send it's going to be a notice of, if you will, to say that our communication efforts of all of our records and everything, people can go to Board Docs, which is going to also indicate how to get there. Now, the public has access to anything that has been passed in Board Docs. Now, what our plan is to do is obviously the old ordinances, old resolutions that were passed prior to 2024 will remain on the website. It's going to remain on the website. So if people want to know, we're going to indicate on the website that, hey, if you want information prior to 2024, get it from the website. Any new information prior to that, your repository will be Board Docs, which you will have a link to it. I believe once they click on it, it goes to the main page, the public view. Now, the view that you all may look at on your computers, it's a little complicated, but the public view is very simple. It's very simple. On the public view,
Yes, it is.
you just click the year that you want, click the item that you want, and it's available for download as well. Because you guys have the elected body, you can do so much on your side. So
Hey, just
not a problem.
Point of order. Yes, we do need to have another training where we have someone from Board Docs come explain how to use the system. And we are going to schedule that so that council gets a chance to fully understand the system. And to Chief's point, there's more information available online and options available for the council because you're one of the elected leaders in the town. And so there's information that you can see. And there's changes you can make in some information for leadership, or maybe confidential or otherwise. But we will work on getting another training session or several if we need to from board docs.
I have a comment.
All right. You have a comment, Council President?
Yes, I do have a comment. I just want to reiterate the Finance Committee meeting on April the 27th at 11 a.m. here at the Municipal Building, and then the Ways and Means meeting at 12 noon here at the Municipal Building. So please come out to support those two committee meetings. Also, I do want to give a shout out to
Council President, we're actually not done with the agenda. So no. We have a couple more items on new business. So I'll give you a chance to do your wrap up. So in continuing with some of the discussion we've had in the past, one of the other organizations or one of the other volunteer activities we need to recruit for is Strategic Planning Task Force, which is individuals from the community who will help us to evaluate consultants that can help us begin that process, and also make sure that we engage the community once we are in the process so that they're able to come out to meetings, provide their input and ideas as we form a final plan. And council committee assignments we've already mentioned, so that we're all aware of that. Those will be coming at the next meeting.
Is that like a parliamentary, I'm trying to understand, who you saying is coming out?
Council committee assignments, since we had a recent election every year, we have to have council committee assignments announced, or they have to be announced or assigned. That'll be happening at the next meeting because it needs to happen 30 days after following when members are sworn in. All right, there any other new business, Council President?
I will reiterate, Finance Committee meeting is on April the 27th at 10 a.m. and the Ways and Means Committee at 12 noon on the 27th. I also want to give a shout out to Edward Burrows for his new position as the Prince George's County Council Chair. That is a great feat. So I did want to mention that. And I also did want to reiterate thanks to our illustrious DPW person, Melvin. His name is Melvin Curtis Watson. Curtis, thank you very much for your diligence and your heartfelt work. And you always was with a smile on your face serving the town and the residents. I know when I saw you, you always had a pleasant attitude and willingness to serve. So I just wanted to say that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. All right, the time is now 11:20. If there's no further items for new business, this meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening.
Good night.